Hello, 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 hello. Welcome in, welcome in. How is everybody doing today? Just checking to make sure we are live over on YouTube as well. Let me check over here, make sure we launched there. Hello, Mike. How are you doing? All right, looks like we are live over on YouTube as well. Hopefully, you all can see me. I'm going to try to see if I can get my stuff brought up over there so I can kind of read those chats as well. Boom, right there. And welcome in, welcome in. All right, Rolly, you are first over on YouTube, and let me get that volume turned down. Gonna go ahead and get our first guest on up here. How
Yo,
you
yo,
doing, Johnny?
wait, how's Christianity false?
Yeah, can I get your age real quick?
I'm 19.
Okay. Yeah, can you name a single messianic prophecy Jesus fulfilled?
No, I'm not Christian. I just want to know why you think it's false.
Oh yeah, because he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy.
Oh, it's at the Gospels.
The prophecies are the prophecies that are told that he fulfilled that would make him the Messiah. It's the whole
Okay.
reason why Christians think he's the Son of God. And it is the
Mm,
case that he did not fulfill any, thus he's not a Son of God. And the messianic prophecies aren't even relevant to being the Son of God. That's just a Christian interpretation of them.
okay. So if I do research on this, there's no messianic prophecy that he fulfilled at all.
Not a single one that Jesus fulfilled. In
Mm,
fact, we'll see
okay.
if Jaren's able to come up because this is in his wheelhouse as well. But I don't know if Jaren's going to be able to come up. But yeah, he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. Do you think he did?
Probably not.
Oh, okay. Well, base. Well, I'm going to go ahead and drop you down. But thanks for
All
coming
right.
on up. I am doing good, Jaren. I'm doing good. Student Awoken. I don't even think he rode a donkey. I don't even think he existed. I'm a mythicist, so um, yes, comments are definitely on fire tonight, and OBS already freezing my cameras. Don't worry, we can get this fixed pretty dang quick though. I've got pretty used to having to flip around these cameras and get them working properly. So we'll get this camera back up and running. I do think I need to update the RAM on my laptop. Luckily, on my laptop, I can update the RAM. So I think I just need to give the RAM an update. But yeah, Christians, hop on up. I would love. Shannon Pool, hop on up. Let's talk about him. Gonna give you an invite, Shannon. I'm curious what. Oh, looks like we might have a Darth Dawkins coming on in here. Oh gosh, dang it. So I hate my multi guest on here when I'm running OBS. My multi guest always acts up. So let me run over here. I'm gonna. Oh, who's. Hey, Jaren, how you doing? Hey, can you bring up a Darth Dawkins? How you doing? Can I get your age just real quick?
Ise macho.
Did Darth run? Did Darth hold on? Darth just came up here and ran. He came up here and jumped down. Oh, I saw him pop back in. Darth, come back in and let's talk about this. I'm gonna send Darth another invite. How you doing, Jaren?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. I was out in the middle of bumfrack Egypt today. I was out where the cow poop starts to smell good.
Oh, that far out.
Mainly just because you get used to it. Darth, come on up. I sent you another invite. Oh, Darth. Oh, hold on. Is this Darth coming up?
Hi. On your profile, it says you're an atheist.
Yeah.
Are you the kind of atheist that denies God, or you just have an absence of positive belief?
Oh, yeah, I would deny the Abrahamic God.
Ise macho.
Did he run again? Did Darth run again?
No
Unless
one's
there's-
kicking you. I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm not
what's going
seeing
on.
any
Unless there's a weird,
notifications.
like, there might be a connectivity thing, but no one's kicking anybody.
Be prepared for tag. I don't think Darth has ever read the Bible. Send him another invite though. We'll see if he comes back up.
I don't know what happened.
Darth, this is the third time you've come up.
But yeah, very clearly, Cyber was in communication. We're not trying to kick you or something. Just come up, stay up. It's fine.
Oh, come on, Darth. Accept. Darth running, not news. So true, Ems. So true. Alright, can you bring up one of the other guests? Do I have anybody in the box? Oh, Small Potatoes is a friend. We can bring Small Potatoes up real quick. How you doing, Small?
I am doing my best. How are you?
I'm good. I can't complain.
Alrighty.
I'm trying to figure out though, why is it that when I'm dual streaming, it gives me hell when I'm trying to bring up my guest box. I don't have issues with it when I'm not on OBS, but when I'm running OBS, it gives me shit. Oh, there are no other people. I had a few people in. Small, did you scare the people in the guest requests? Did you get
I
in there
did.
and go, blah?
I'm sorry, I ate them all.
Well, don't eat them. I need them for debates.
What do you mean, where's my hat? I always got my hat.
Hold. I got this.
There you go.
All right. Oh, Darth is in here. Okay, Darth, we're sending you another invite.
Get in here, Darth. Darth, all of you.
It's the amazing Darth Dawkins. Darth Runaway. Darth King of the Runners. Darth leading the pack. Darth, I'm going to run tag on you. Darth, you can't base knowledge because you don't believe in God. You have no grounding. But we're going to prove that wrong tonight.
Yeah, I wanted to hang out with you for a bit because I missed you.
Darth Crybaby says Chaos Engine. Well, Darth, the invite's there. Come on up. Christians, chat, everybody, how you doing today? Today might be a shorter live tonight. I don't know yet. But right now we've got 20 people live on YouTube. I got 41 over on YouTube, 21 on TikTok. If you are over on the YouTubes and you do want to debate, down in the description there is a link to get over here on TikTok. come debate me. I would love to chat with you about why Christianity is false. We can talk about the historical Jesus. We'll talk about how he's a liar and a fraud, and now he's a carcass. Yeah, that's what we'll talk about. We can even talk about church fathers and you Mormons. You better get your asses in here too. I mean, you better get your butts in here too. I can't be swearing. We're still within the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, you gotta make that monetization, man.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be eating you up.
Well, so I've reached the YouTube subscribers for super chats. You have to have 500 subscribers. Think I'm almost to 700. And then I can monetize super chats, but I have to have 3,000 watch hours. So the more people that are over on YouTube watching, the better. But yeah, just in here, just waiting for some debates. Darth Dawkins is not even in the chat anymore. Darth Dawkins has exited the live. Let's put runs in chat in both YouTube and TikTok. Run Darth. Just put running Darth. Man, I'm kind of bad. Darth has had the diarrhea lately. Darth has had a bad case of the diarrhea lately. And I was really hoping he'd come back up. Oh man, that guy takes one little step and it's just down his leg.
Straight water.
It is straight water.
Not even liquid anymore. It's straight plasma.
No.
Oh man.
Not the plasma.
Not the plasma out my butthole. We got Dugald has joined. Dugald is here. How you doing, Dugald? Also, if you're not following Jaren, Christ Before Jesus, or Dugald, give them a follow. Dugald, if you want to leave a message in chat. So right there, give Dugald a follow. Dugald does amazing lives as well. Dugald is a friend of the channel. Dugald, do you go live on YouTube as well? I don't remember, because if you do, I need to follow you. And Blackoid, how you doing?
Hi.
So can I get your age?
20.
All right, and are you a Christian?
Yeah, can you tell me why God doesn't exist?
Oh, I didn't say God doesn't exist. When did I say God doesn't exist?
Can you tell me why that Christian God doesn't exist?
Oh, I'm just saying that Christianity is false. Yeah, I would say that Christianity is false because Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy.
So the Christian God doesn't exist because Jesus didn't fulfill the prophecies.
Correct. Absolutely.
How does that follow?
Well, name a prophecy he fulfilled.
Who said he was going to fulfill them now?
Oh,
most of
most of
the prophecies are for the end times.
Well, that's not true. Until he fulfills them, he's not the Messiah. What's the purpose of the messianic prophecies? What's their purpose?
Which one specifically? Like the ones...
All of them. What's the purpose of any of the messianic prophecies? What's their purpose?
That they refer to the coming of the Messiah and his kingdom.
Yes, it's to show that the Messiah is here, right? It's how we know they're the Messiah, is if they've been fulfilled. So if somebody claims to be the Messiah, but they haven't fulfilled the prophecies, guess what that makes them not?
So which ones did he not fulfill?
Not a single one. You can't name one that he did fulfill. Name one. We'll talk about it.
So he wasn't born in Bethlehem?
Well, anybody could have been born in Bethlehem, but let's go talk about that. Have you read that verse or that chapter in its entirety?
You talking about Matthew 2:1? Matthew 2?
Well, no, the prophecy itself. It's not. Yeah, there's a prophecy associated with it, but what does the prophecy say? Do you know where it's found at?
Matthew.
No, Matthew talks about the supposed fulfillment of it. Do you know where the prophecy itself is found?
No. It's like Micah or something like
Micah. Yes. So yeah, we'll go ahead and read that. So have you read it before?
that. Not entirely, no.
Oh, well, you are about to get absolutely bodied. You probably won't debate ever again after this. Your hips are about to get absolutely shattered. We'll get this brought up. Well, hopefully we'll get this brought up. Sometimes my browsers like to not work properly, so we'll go with let me go get this copied real quick, and we'll get that browser on up. Come over here.
Any day now.
Yeah, I'll get it. Sorry. For some reason, it wasn't wanting to load up. And then... there we go. Got it up. All right. So, it says the ruler, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are the little one..." Or let me make sure we got... yeah, okay, we do got that. Yep. "Who are the little clans of Judah, for you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origins are from old. Therefore he shall give them up until the time when she who is in labor has brought forth the rest of his kindred shall return to the people of Israel, and he shall stand and feed his flock in strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God, and they shall live secure, for now he shall be great to the ends of the earth, and that he shall be the one of peace." Right, so now the question is, we got some things here. It mentions that they're not going to be born in Bethlehem. It's talking about Bethlehem of Ephrathah. Do you know who this is? Do you know who this individual is?
Ephrata?
Bethlehem. Do you know Bethlehem was named after a person, right?
Yeah, Ephrata was the older name for Bethlehem, yeah, from Genesis.
Yeah. Yeah, it was David's oldest ancestor that they have record of, right? And it says, "From you, from the descendants, not the city, from the person shall come forth for me." So it's not, Jesus being born in Bethlehem is irrelevant. That's just an irrelevancy. "One who is to rule in Israel." Did Jesus rule in Israel?
No. Not yet.
No, he didn't rule in Israel, right? And when this is done, did the rest of his kindred return to Israel? Did the rest of the Jews return to Israel?
Yeah, they're there now.
No. Are all the Jews in Israel right now?
So all of them need to be there?
Yeah, the rest. Yeah, when it says the rest of his kindred, it means all. The rest means all the last ones.
Every
And
single
I'm not
Jew.
in Israel. I'm Jewish, and I'm definitely not in Israel right now.
Maybe you should go there.
I was born there, actually. I left there and came back to the States where my family was from. But the rest, the more damning part of this is, "They shall live secure, for now he shall be great to the ends of the earth, and he shall be the one of peace." So not only is he going to bring the Jews back into it, not only is he going to be born as a descendant of Bethlehem of Ephrathah, he's going to rule in Egypt, or in Israel, not in Egypt. He's going to rule in Israel as a king. The rest of the Jews will return to Judea under this person, and there will be peace under this person. Was there peace under Jesus?
Was there peace under Jesus?
Yeah, when Jesus was alive, was there peace for the Jews?
No.
No. And what happened, and we talk about here, the rest of his kindred shall return to the people of Israel. What happened within 100 years of Jesus's crucifixion?
To the Jews,
Yeah, to the Jews, to Judea, to the land. What happened?
they were expelled by the Romans.
Yeah, right? So clearly, this wasn't fulfilled by Jesus. Jesus didn't fulfill a damn part of this prophecy. Not a single part of it was fulfilled. You have
Well,
another prophecy? Go ahead.
no, I'm saying the first part of him being of Bethlehem, that part lines up, and you can trace his lineage to King David, number one. And number two, the return of the Jews to Israel is ongoing. Like, if we looked at how many Jews were in Israel in like 1920, it would be very little, and it's an ongoing increase. So
Yeah,
it's
Jesus
clearly
didn't do that, though. Yeah, can you show me where Jesus sighed? And Rolly, holy fuck, Rolly, thank you so much for becoming a 6-month subscriber. That means a whole lot. I really appreciate that. But no, and you can't show me any evidence that, like, Jesus is the one who led them back to Israel, right? And we're talking about, like, ruling in a kingdom.
can.
Is Israel a kingdom right now?
What would be the difference between what it is now and a kingdom?
Yeah, a kingdom's led by a king, and that king would be of the line of David, and it'd be this ruler of this kingdom that would bring that back. So, is that Jesus? Did Jesus do that? No.
Yeah, that's
But
that
I'm glad
part.
you brought up. I'm glad you brought up his line, though. Which scripture do you like to use when we're talking about Jesus's lineage to David?
I mean, you could use Matthew. You could use.
Oh, we'll use Matthew. I like Matthew. Matthew's my favorite one to use. So, are you familiar that Matthew states that Jesus comes from a cursed line? Did you know that?
In which verse?
Yeah, so when we go read it, let me get, so I'm getting Jeremiah opened up. Now we'll come over here. We'll open up Matthew, and we're going to get some things highlighted here. I'm going to highlight a name real quick, because this is going to be funny. Then this shows, and just for those here that are watching, this is just going to show that Christians just don't read their scriptures. They don't ever cross-check anything. They don't really care to.
I already know what you're gonna say. It's literally a 2-year-old could debunk what you're about to say.
Oh yeah, what am I going to say?
Do you know how adoption works?
Oh, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm
Not
talking
what he's about to say.
Not
Has
what
nothing to
I'm
do with Joseph.
You're
Yeah,
gonna talk about
nothing-
Joseph.
No, nothing to do with Joseph.
So Joseph wasn't the descendant of Jeconiah?
Oh, Jeconiah got cursed. Jeconiah was cursed.
You brought up the curse thing, and I'm saying that that's from Joseph's side, who's not biologically
Both-
related.
Both lineages go through Joseph. Not one of the lineages go through Mary. So this here this is Matthew chapter 1 in verse 11, and Josiah the first of Jeconiah, and then the exile of Babylon, Jeconiah. Now the important thing here is we're going to note this footnote C. Right? That's important because there were like their king names, and then there were the names they were known as. So when we go down here to Matthew 1:1, it'll mention here that this is Jehoiachin or Jehoiachin. That's important. So now where we're going to go is over here to Jeremiah. And in Jeremiah, where we are going to read, when we come on down here, it'll say here in verse 24, and this is Jeremiah 22, or 20, 22? 22, that's what I thought. So here what it's going to say is, as I live, says the Lord, even if Coniah was his nickname, son of Jehoiakim of Judah, were a signet ring on my right hand, even from there I would tear you off. Do you know what happens? Like if you tear a ring off your hand, you're not just taking it off, you're tearing it off. What does that do to your hand? What does that do to your finger?
Dude, damage it.
Yeah, and give you into the hands of those who seek your life, into the hands of those whom you fear, even into the hands of King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and into the hands of the Chaldeans. I will hurl you and your mother who bore you into another country where you were not born, and there you shall die. But they shall not return to the land which they long to return. This man Caniah, a despised broken pot, not a vessel no one wants. Why are he and his offspring hurled out and cast away in a land they do not know? O land, 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 hear the words of the Lord. This is the fun part. Thus says the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. So the line that Jesus comes from is cursed. In fact, it
Is
went
Jesus
from
Joseph's offspring?
huh?
Is Jesus Joseph's offspring?
Were you not just going to make a case for adoption? You were just going to make a case for adoption. So don't try pivoting away from the argument you were about to try to make.
Are biological lineages the same as legal lineages?
This is through Joseph. Did you not know that this is through Joseph?
That's my point.
I don't know what your
Are
point is.
you
What's your
arguing
point?
that Jesus isn't a descendant of David? Is that what you're arguing?
I'm saying his lineage through Joseph is legal. It's not biological, and that curse only applies to his biological descendants.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
It-
so
it
he's not
applies to
biologically a
everybody.
descendant of David. He's not a
Yeah.
descendant of David then.
No, he's not biologically related to Joseph.
So
is
the
he
whole,
is he related to David?
Yeah,
how?
How?
through Joseph, but not biologically.
Did you know that so first of all, do you know why this line is given? Do you know why Matthew gives this lineage? Do you know what the purpose of it is?
What do you mean? Like why
Yeah.
he gives?
Yeah, so the whole purpose of it is to show that had this line been followed, had this line continued to be followed, then Joseph would have been on the throne. Had this line still been followed, Joseph would have been on the throne, and then when he passed away, Jesus would have been the heir to the throne. That's the purpose of the lineage. But the reason why this lineage falls apart, right? The reason why it falls apart is because after Jehoiakim was removed from the throne, do you know who was put in the throne in his place?
No.
Zedekiah, his uncle. His uncle Zedekiah was put on the throne. And unfortunately, it was under Zedekiah when they were actually taken into Babylonian captivity. But Zedekiah was put on the throne. So Jeconiah would have then not even been, or sorry, none of Jeconiah's children would have been heir to the throne. It would have been Zedekiah's kids that would have been heir to the throne.
It's a good thing that Jesus isn't a direct descendant of Jeconiah then.
Yeah, so that just means that Jesus has no claim to the throne at all.
No, he does legally. Legally, he's the son of Joseph, which places
No,
him
because
in
legally, Jeconiah was removed from the throne, and he was cursed. His family was cursed from ever being allowed to sit on the throne.
Okay, and it's a good thing that Jesus, like I said, is not a direct descendant of Jeconiah, so the curse doesn't affect him either way.
It
And
does
anyway,
affect
he
him.
fulfilled-
Can you make it
he
make sense
fulfilled
why?
the-
Hold on. Can you make it make sense why it doesn't affect him?
Yeah, because that curse is referring to his Jeconiah's biological descendants. And anyway, he fulfills the Davidic prophecies through Nathan, not Solomon. Anyway.
Wait,
That's
say
kinda
that
just-
again. Wait, who does?
Jesus.
How does
He
he fulfill
fulfilled-
the Messiah has to go through Solomon. The Messiah has to be through Solomon, not through Nathan.
Where does it say that?
Yeah, I'll bring up the scripture.
So, something that I kind of caught, right, is that Black Hoyd basically tries to make the argument that Jesus was biologically Joseph's son.
No, I said
However,
that he wasn't.
then why are you making the argument that he is within the bloodline? Because he's not.
I didn't say the bloodline, but I'm saying legally speaking, the line, like
That
the
is
legal.
what the prophecy states, is the bloodline. Direct bloodline is what it represents. Jesus, as a
that what it
matter of fact,
represents,
if
or
he
is that what
did
it says?
exist, hold on. As a matter of fact, if Jesus did exist, he is an illegitimate child, according to God's eyes.
Well, no, that
He is God.
well, Jesus isn't God.
So then who's God?
God doesn't exist.
Why?
Okay, here we go. So here's my
you
question.
you can't defend your atheism because you're a coward. It's fine.
I mean, I can, but we're talking about messianic prophecies. So who built the temple?
Which one?
The temple, the first temple. Who built it?
Solomon.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and read this. I'm glad you make it. We've got 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12. So this is Samuel talking to David. When your days are over and you rest with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring to succeed you, your own flesh and blood, and I will establish his kingdom. He is the one who will build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. Right? So I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he will be my son. When he does wrong, I will punish him with a rod wielded by men, with floggings inflicted by human hands. But my love will never be taken away from him, as I took you away from Saul, whom I removed you from before you. Your house and kingdom will forever endure before me. Your throne will be established forever. So again, this is just stating that it has to be through Solomon, not through Nathan, because again, the one who built the house for his name was Solomon. That was the first temple.
Yeah,
So
I'm saying that Jesus' biological lineage, that where he fulfills the Davidic prophecies through Nathan, but the legal lineage still goes through Joseph and still goes through Solomon.
there is so when you say legal, how did kings become kings?
Through their heirs.
Yeah, and they had to be through their heirs. But what legal process had to be done in order for them to be kings? Because this was a legal process that had to be done.
What legal process?
It involved the prophet and some oil. What had to happen?
I mean, yeah, the prophet would anoint the
they had to become a Mashiach, right? They had to become a Mashiach, right? So they had to be anointed, right? That was the legal process. So again, since none of Jesus's ancestry after Jeconiah, whether it's legal or not, could not be anointed because they were forbidden from being on the throne, that is a legal thing as well. Jesus legally could not sit on the throne. Again, legally, God took the throne from Jeconiah and gave it to Zedekiah. So the kingdom legally belonged to Zedekiah. Like, I don't know why this is hard to believe or to understand.
I don't know why it's hard for you to understand the difference between biological lineage and legal.
Yeah. So tell me, what made Jesus have the legal claim to the throne?
Well, I just told you he can be traced back to Solomon from David.
Yeah, he could be traced back to Solomon, but the question is, after Jeconiah, when Jeconiah was removed from the throne, who legally was put on the throne by God himself?
I mean, yeah, you said it.
Yeah, Zedekiah, right? So legally, if Zedekiah is legally on the throne, then legally, who does the throne's line go through then?
What do you mean he was put there legally?
Yeah, God removed Jeconiah from the throne and put Zedekiah on the throne. So if God put Zedekiah on the throne, that's a legal action. Then who does the throne follow through legally after that?
Well, I mean, it could fall. The point is, it could fall to anyone as long as they're not a biological descendant of Jeconiah.
No,
It's
it
just saying
has
that
to go
those
through.
people
It
can't.
has to go to the so who does the Bible say gets birthrights? Who gets birthrights according to the Torah? And
Uh,
kingship is a birthright. So legally, according to Torah, who gets the birthright to the king, to the kingdom
the eldest son.
of Zedekiah?
Oh.
So it followed the legal kingdom belongs to Zedekiah's lineage
So
through
there were
the
no
eldest.
exceptions. There were no exceptions in the Torah where it didn't go through that.
None. And in fact, stepchildren, right? When you mention stepchildren, stepchildren don't get rights. They don't have access to rights.
So who was older, Esau or Jacob?
Huh?
Who was older, Esau or Jacob?
Oh yeah, it was Esau, but Esau sold his birthright, remember? He sold his birthright. You could give up your birthright, sure, but you had to give it up willingly. The birthright didn't just transfer to somebody else. So you just have to show me a time when anybody in Zedekiah's line gave their throne back over to the line of Jeconiah. Can you show me that? Can you show me where that happened?
No, I'm giving you
Okay.
examples of where it didn't go through the eldest son.
Well, but between Esau and Jacob, who had the birthright?
I mean, Esau had it originally, yeah.
Yeah, and then how
But my
did
point is
Jacob
you can
get it?
lose it.
But
Well, he sold
did
it. Okay, what are we talking about?
yeah,
Reuben
he
and
sold it.
Joseph
He
too.
willingly gave it up. He didn't just lose it. He willingly gave it up.
Did Reuben willingly give his up too?
Can you tell me that story? See how well you remember that story.
Well, he lost his birthright because he sinned. So it was given to Joseph. Even
Can
though,
you tell me the story?
I mean, yeah, he was having relations with his father's concubine.
Yeah. He was sleeping with his mom. So yeah, God was like, yeah, I'm taking that away. So yeah, you just have to find me any scripture in which Zedekiah's family, his heirs, lost the birthright. Can you show me that scripture? Because unless you
Hey.
can, then you're just yip yapping.
Cyber, if I could, may I ask a question?
No, you can't.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking Cyber.
My name's Cyber.
Yeah, go ahead and ask a question.
So,
Make sure it's on
would-
topic, though. Make sure it's on topic, though. Like, I'm going down a line, and I don't want to derail the line.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
It was the birthright situation, right? What would happen if it were to be proven that a child was illegitimate? Would they get the birthright? Or if it even was suspected that the child was illegitimate and not traced to the king, would that child get that birthright?
I mean, I would assume, I don't know the like ancient Israel customs. I would assume that they wouldn't have a claim then. It would be that.
Okay, so who was Jesus born of?
Mary.
And Mary was a what?
What do you mean?
Mary was a what, supposedly?
Oh, a virgin.
Okay. Why, then, would it be possible? Because we've never seen this. We've never seen this happen before.
Yeah.
As
that's
a
why
matter of fact, when it happened, the people of the town that they were in accused Mary of cheating on Joseph or being unfaithful because they had a way to kind of go about this, right? to prove
Yeah, the difference is
illegitimacy.
one is a miracle from God and one is the actions of humans. That's the difference.
So that would mean that he is not related to Joseph whatsoever.
No, Joseph is his legal father.
So how is Mary a virgin?
I just told you it was a miracle from God.
Yeah, this isn't a line that I want to go down. This is irrelevant to his theology, and we're doing an internal critique. So this is irrelevant to the internal critique.
Yeah, I understand that. It was more
Yeah.
of the illegitimacy of it.
Yeah, no, I understand. But it's
Save the
irrelevant
debating-
to the
save-
internal critique.
Save the
but
debating
no.
for men. Save the debating for men.
Oh, yeah. We don't talk to my panel like that, you asshat. I'm sorry.
I
that
hope his
happened,
wife
Small.
divorced him if he has a wife. Highly doubt it with that type of behavior.
I launched that pug into space.
See,
I thought you
I
liked
kind
that
of
pig.
could tell
Why did I do
you
that?
weren't really going to get anywhere with him, especially the way that he was talking to me in particular. All because I was pointing out the fallacy of, illegitimacy would mean no throne immediately.
No. Well, that's where he thought I was going initially, because that's the thing is, he thought I was going to go to Joseph initially, and that's why he was and that's why he was pushing so hard for because he acknowledged he would have been like adopted, right? That's one reason why I didn't want to go down that, because like he was like, no, he was adopted. That was like his whole thing. But there's nothing in Torah that states that, right? And we later learn that, if you're going to go off Josephus and stuff like that, you learn that, and did Jaron drop? But you learn later on that Jesus had stepchildren, right? So if any of those children were Joseph's biological kids, they would have had the birthright. And so it just doesn't make sense. But anyways, for everybody here, I have 26 people over here on TikTok. I do have 200 over on YouTube watching, though. If you're on YouTube and you want to join the debates, hop on over to YouTube. Links are in the description over on YouTube. Hop on in. I'm starting tomorrow. I'm going to be getting with Benny.
TikTok. Hop on over to TikTok.
Oh yeah, hop on over to TikTok, not YouTube. Hop on over to TikTok. Starting tomorrow, I am going to be working with Benny, and I'm going to start being able to use Video Ninja to bring people over from YouTube over to start talking. Also, I don't know how many of you are interested in flat Earth debates. For those who aren't aware, flat Earth is a thing. That's a whole other kind of brain rot. But if you see in chat, Level Devil talking in chat, give Level Devil a follow, and go jump in the flat Earth debates. Like I said, flat Earth and the flurfers, that's a whole other type of brain rot that you will run into. So yep, you'll see Level Devil right down there. I keep pointing over to the side because that's where it's at on my screen using Live Studio. But give Level Devil a follow, and go jump into some flat Earth. But Christians, I'm just saying, Christianity is false. Can you prove it wrong or prove me wrong? Hop on up. Let's talk about it. I would love to hear your strongest explanation for it. We'll talk about failed messianic prophecies. We'll talk about the historicity of Jesus Christ. The three of us are mythicists. I don't know where Small Potato sit, but we're mythicists. We don't even believe the historical Jesus existed. Student Awake, we will invite you up. Are you a Christian, though? I thought you were friendly, but if you're a Christian, let's talk about it. I would love to have you come up and love to talk with you about it.
Yeah, for me, I'm a mythicist. I don't believe any of this stuff is real. I believe it's about as real as Achilles.
Real as Achilles. Be careful, Hanji's up here.
Love you, Hanji, but I believe more in my queen than I do this illegitimate god.
Gosh
Oh, well,
Okay.
Achilles never claimed to be a god.
So things are louder over OBS. So for everybody that I just slurped my soda in your ear, I apologize.
Do it again.
You do this.
It's gone. It's gone. But
No,
I
bring
am
it
waiting
back.
for. Oh, saying I can prove Christianity wrong. You can. Man, I don't know if how many of you guys heard Justin's live earlier. Curious if Justin's still live. He's been going live later, but he has been on for like an hour discussing Isaiah 53 with somebody, going over the Hebrew, like, and that guy was getting into like semantics over words. And if you know much about Hebrew, like, what Hebrew compared to English has a very small vocabulary, so one word will mean a plethora of things. And Miss Michelle, is he still talking to that guy? Is he still talking to that guy? Because he was talking to him still when I left. But yeah, are there any Christians? Because this is the issue that we've been having over here, and even Justin was kind of having a hard time getting people up as well, with his lives. He had to wait there for some time. Okay, and something else I'm going to start doing too is I'm going to put together with all the creators that do go live on YouTube. I'm going to get their permission. And probably on the top of the hour, I will play a little clip and it'll just promote everybody in the Deconstruction Junction that's on YouTube, so we can get more people following us on YouTube. But yeah, if you're not already, hop on over to YouTube. Go give me a follow over there. If you're on YouTube, thank you for being here. I know we can't hear you right now, but let's take a look at some of the chat over on YouTube. Let's see what's going on over there. OG Rusky22 over on YouTube. I am Christian and I am proud of it. I'm going to tell Jesus about you and how you are the devil. Nice. That Christian love right there. What are you, a Luciferian Freemason? No, I'm an atheist Jewish person. Isaiah, successful advice, Isaiah 7:14. All right, the two messianic prophecies I get so tired of hearing about. Rolly, Hanji, what are the two chapters in Isaiah that we get so tired of hearing about?
53 and 7.
53 and 7.
Yep.
So easy to debunk. Isaiah 7, we'll actually go look at this. So if we go look at Isaiah 7, it's not even talking about Jesus. It's a mistranslation in the Hebrew when they were doing the Septuagint.
Cyber, do you have an Instagram?
No, not for my cyber account. I don't. I could probably make one. So yeah, so
The
we'll get
YouTube
this.
world was asking.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely look at getting one set up. So when we go to Isaiah 7, because this one was brought up over on YouTube, so bring that up. So what's going on in Isaiah 7 is, so just make sure we have Isaiah 7. So we have Ahaz. So for those who don't know, King Ahaz was considered the most wicked king that Judah ever had. At this time, Judah and Israel are split. You have the kingdom of Judah, which are made up of the tribes of Judah and Ben, and this is where Jerusalem is at. They have the temple, and up north you have the kingdoms of Israel. And King Ahaz is considered the most wicked king. He literally nailed the temple doors shut. And we have King Rezin. I'll make these ones in blue here. We have King Rezin and King Pekah. So these two kings, one of them is Aram, which is like, and King Pekah is of Israel. They're coming to attack Ahaz, and Ahaz is having the absolute matzah scared out of him. So Isaiah comes. So the Lord goes to Isaiah and tells him to go meet Ahaz. And he meets Ahaz 3 times. The first time he's pretty much is saying, look, it's not going to happen and it's not going to come to pass. However, you're just required to have faith. If you have faith that the Lord's going to keep you protected, you're going to be okay. But if you don't have faith, yeah, they're going to come and they are going to knock the absolute sonic rings out of you. But this isn't enough. King Ahaz is still worried about this. So the Lord sends Ahaz a second time. And during this second time, Ahaz says, ask a sign of the Lord your God, let it be deep as Sheol or high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? That's a tongue twister. Try to say that 5 times fast. Look, the young woman is with child. Now, this phrase in Hebrew is cha'alma chara, right? Cha'alma means the young woman. Now, in like the King James Version and all those other horrible translations, you're going to see where it says virgin here. Virgin in Hebrew is Bethulah, not Alma. Alma is never used to reference a virgin, right? And we can see this in past verses where some heinous things happen, and you'll see within the same sentence both Bethulah and Alma being used in the same sentence. So they don't mean the same thing at all. So it says, look, and Hara means like pregnant, like is pregnant, conceived, is carrying, currently pregnant, baby bump present, right? So it's I got to get the phlegm there. Ha'alma Hara is what this phrase is in Hebrew. And shall bear a son and name him Emmanuel. And now what we get is we get a time qualifier here. All this is a time qualifier. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. Again, they're marked up here. These are the 2 kings. The Lord will bring on you and your people, on your ancestral house, as days have never come since Ephraim departed from Judah. Remember, Ephraim is one of the tribes. The king of Assyria. So all Isaiah is saying is, look, the woman, and this woman was probably Isaiah's wife, is probably who it was. This woman is currently pregnant, and when this child meets these time markers here, when these time markers are met by this child, then the king of Assyria is going to come in and wipe them from the face of the earth. And that's what happened, right? And then when we read right over in the next chapter, we go over to chapter 8, you'll read that Isaiah's son, a son of the invasion, and you'll read here where he is called Emmanuel, right? In here, he is called Emmanuel, just means God is with us. We get that right here. O Emmanuel, we see that part being fulfilled here, just the next chapter. So it's not about Jesus. It's not about Jesus at all. It's just, Christians, quit apologizing for it. You don't know what you're talking about. Put it in context.
Or else. But also
Or
tap that
else.
live. Like, y'all need to get this live up to 10K. That way Cyber can get some, like, Christians to just yap.
Hey, yo, you gotta tap the live like you tap that. Yeah.
Damn, Small.
Listen.
Hey, at least you said it and not me. If I would have said that.
Peach, me eggplant.
Oh man, but Christians, you and to be fair, and Small, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down though, but I do appreciate you coming up. But sometimes having a big panel does kind of scare people.
Yeah,
So I'm
that's
gonna go ahead
fine.
and drop you down. All right, I appreciate you coming up though. Everybody, let's give some W's for Small. But Christians, remember, Hanji. So I have my OBS thing up, but Hanji rarely steps in, only if we start talking about like the Greek side of things, or you say some stupid statement about people who believe in a pantheon. And then Rolly generally just introduces. So really you're debating me, and you have the Holy Trinity on your side, so it's 4v1. You have the Holy Spirit whispering for you. You got God in your corner. You got Jesus somewhere with his carcass of a body floating around heaven. Like, come on up. Let's talk about it. I would love to hear your strongest arguments. I'm over here trying let's see what other you know what, we can run Jesus is not divine. We'll see. This one tends to get some people coming up too. No, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Devil's Advocate. Just because I don't feel like they're genuine. That is true, BC. If God is all powerful, why did he have to wait? In fact, even better, I got an even better one for you than needing to rest. What if I was to show you that God is allergic to iron? God is straight up allergic to iron. And it is hilarious. Just got to get this tab opened up real quick. Get this over here. So where we are going to go is to Judges 1:19. Judges 1:19. And what's going on here is, get all the Judges opened up. What's going on in Judges is the Israelites are absolutely steamrolling. They're going over, they're conquering all the nations, and then God decides to hang out with Judah. So while he's hanging out with Judah, so we'll say the descendants of Hobab, the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, went up with the people of Judah from the city of Palms into the wilderness with Judah, which lies in Negeb around Arab. And there they went and settled with the Amalekites. Judah went with brother Simeon, and they defeated the Canaanites who inhabited Zephath and devoted it to destruction. So the city was called Hamorah. Judah took Gaza with its territory, Ashkelon with its territory, Ekron with its territory. The Lord was with Judah, and he took possession of the hill country, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the plains because they had chariots of iron. So just remember, don't have your iron crosses. If you have a cross made out of iron, man, that sounded bad. Don't have your crosses made of iron, because God's allergic to it. It's also probably a good reason why Jesus couldn't get himself off the cross. They probably used iron nails, and Jesus was like, fuck, I'm stuck on this cross now. So just remember, yep.
Do you know what an essential element of blood is?
Iron.
That's another reason why Jesus couldn't have existed, because he had iron. Like everybody has iron.
You know what? I didn't even think about that, but that is genius, Rolly. I am glad you brought that up. Yes, it is true that Jesus could not be God because God is allergic to iron. Fun fact. And over on YouTube in chat, we got a fight over, was his name Yeshua or Yahuwah? And it wasn't Yahuda. Yahuda is Judah. Or Judas. That's what Judas's name was, Yahuwah. Which every time I hear that, I always go, huh? Yahusha, come on over, and people, if you're over on YouTube, come on over here. Let's talk about it. I would really love to have your debates over here. Love to talk with you about it. What may need to end up happening is, you know what I am going to do once we get to 10K, I'm just going to knock out a quick restart. But before I do that, we've got enough people here. I did receive an updated picture. And so we're going to show this updated picture. So this little guy is going to be coming to my home on the 12th of next month, 12th of April. I'll be picking this little guy up. So this is it's going to be the newest addition to my family. And somebody over in YouTube, that pet is a demon. You're so cooked. Somebody's saying, I can debunk, Catalyst, come on over to YouTube, or TikTok. Come on over to TikTok. I will definitely debunk the fuck out of the Shroud of Turin. Shroud of Turin is the most horrible piece of archaeological evidence you can use. I think the only thing worse than the Shroud of Turin would be that they found the Ark. The Ark is pretty bad. The split rock, that one's pretty bad. One of the three, but all three of them, but the burial sites, the whole argument for the empty tomb, like the whole argument, like, why is the tomb empty? Yeah, because they had family oscillaries. It would make sense for a tomb to be empty. They had oscillaries. And we got Augie saying, atheism will die out. Well, unfortunately, it is the case that Christianity is, in fact, actually dying out. Christianity is set within the next, probably the next 10 to 20 years. Christianity will be surpassed by Islam. So Christianity's even dying out. Like, your Jesus, he's not able to pull through for you guys anymore. But anyways, here on TikTok, I am going to go ahead and do a quick restart. I will be right back.
Event.
Forever in the day.
And over there on YouTube, I keep forgetting that when I'm doing a restart, you guys can still hear me because I don't start the stream on OBS. Yes, Islam does believe that Jesus did exist. They believe he is a prophet, though. They don't believe like he's divine. However, they do believe that in part of judgment, Jesus will be an integral part of final judgment. So that is something that's important to remember. They just don't believe that he is the Messiah, though. Yes, student, I see that you are here. And Blake, thank you so much over on YouTube for moderating that. Everybody, in both TikTok and YouTube. Let's give Blake some massive W's. Blake is over there moderating, he's promoting. So that means a whole lot to me. I appreciate it. 1 Samuel 15:3 is love. Come on up, let's talk about it. I am genuinely curious if you can defend the divinity of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Totally.
think he can.
I don't think he can either. I don't even think he'll come up.
He won't. Probably be a child too. Most of them are child. They got scriptures in their name because they're children. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I forgot what 1 Samuel 15:3 says, and I went and read. I'm like, no. 1 Samuel 15:3. You're based as fuck. Never mind. Don't come up. That moment when you forgot
Yeah, don't.
that moment when you forgot that that's the Amalekite genocide verse. Completely forgot about that. Let me go look at Zechariah 13:7. We can go take a look at it. If I remember correctly, if this is the one that I think it is, it's not see what
Y'all, it's really
12.
important that we get to 10,000 as fast as possible. So please
Yes.
tap that screen. We're stuck at 572 likes. Let's get that at least to like 1,000 and then 2,000 and then 3,000 and then 10,000. Like, y'all got this. And remember, you can only send 3,000 likes per hour. So like, once you get your 3,000 in, you can just sit back and watch.
So same shepherd as in 11. Let's go take a look at that. 11. So here's the important thing, right? So when we read scriptures, the one thing that Christians like to do, and it's one thing that I really hate it when atheists do it, because I think it's so disingenuous. When you read scripture, don't ever read it just a verse, right? Whenever we read just a verse, like there's a whole chapter there for a reason. Like there's chapters there for a reason. Read the chapter. If you don't read the whole chapter, at least read the section in its entirety. So when we look at Zechariah 11, it says, open your doors, Lebanon, so that the fire may devour your cedars. Well, you juniper, for the cedar has fallen. And then we got the 2 shepherds. This is what the Lord my God says. Shepherds the flock mark for slaughter. Their buyers slaughter them and go unpunished. Those who say them praise the Lord. I am rich, for their own shepherds do not spare them. For I will no longer have pity on the people of the land, declares the Lord. I will give everyone into the hands of their neighbors and their king. They will devastate the land, and I will not rescue. So we're talking about Israel going into bondage. This tends to be another theme of Zechariah, and your specific one was 11:15. The flock detested me, and I grew weary of them, and said, I will not be your shepherd. Then I took my staff, called favor, and broke it, revoking the covenant I made with all the nations. It was revoked on the day, so I oppressed the flock that were watching. So yeah, this shepherd's just God. This shepherd is just God. He's just going to forsake the people. And then when we go over to we'll go over to 12. Yes, student. Sorry, whenever I'm on a thing, I can't read the chat. Yes, so it is God. Possibly, like, it could also be a metaphor for, like, whoever the king is. But it is a reference to the Lord himself. God himself is the shepherd. And that's one reason why you'll hear some things, again, some that Christians can't decide. Is Jesus the lamb or is he the shepherd? Right? Because you'll hear them talking about both. And then when we go to verse 12, we're talking about when Jerusalem's enemies will be destroyed. So they've been, but once they decide to follow him again, then he's going to come back and he will save them. And then they're just going to pour out for the ones that were harmed by their acts. So the whole thing's just talking about Israel. Like, there's no messianic prophecy there. And I don't even know if I would agree that Zeus shows up to a party on time. Last I knew, he was taking a roll down Mount Olympus. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, Hanji is up here. I was looking, I'm like, wait, is Hanji and Rolly up here? And then I was like, I had to cringe because I was waiting for Hanji to, like, throw a lightning bolt or spear at me or something. Yeah, we can see. Let's see if this. I'm curious because we are on YouTube right now. I am curious. I don't know if we'll get any, but we do have enough people watching on YouTube. Might be able to get some Mormons up in here. And while we're waiting for Mormons, let's go ahead and turn the fire off. Let's see if we get any Mormons coming up to talk about good old Joseph Smith. I don't think we will. Mormons, at least most Christians do try to will come up in debate. Mormons never will. They never will, and they just run. First Samuel, it's because Joseph Smith was racist. That's why. Joseph Smith was racist and said, yeah, here's a skin tone for ya.
Isn't it also because he went out west prior to the conclusion of the Civil War and he was trying to get slavery there?
No, Joseph Smith never went west. Joseph Smith never crossed the Mississippi.
Okay.
Yep. He was arrested and unalived in jail by a mob. But we did do a restart. Hopefully we get some people in here. We had 200 people watching over on YouTube. We're down to 94 over there. Put this one. We'll throw this. Bring that down just a little bit. Bring me up a little. Make me a little bit smaller. And flames. Mormons aren't allowed to be up this late. I mean, they could be up this late if they're soaking.
Cyber's the pusher, by the way, guys.
Wait, on what?
You're the pusher.
Oh, yeah, I'm the one laying under the bed, like, kicking the absolute shit out of that thing. Oh, I got sent a message on Discord. I guess I gotta open up Discord.
Tippy tappy, tippy tappy, tippy tappy, share, share, share. Cyber reset your gift goal. Other things. Oh yeah, Cyber is also live on YouTube, guys, so please go ahead and check that out as well. If you have a second device, like pull it up. Even if you're not watching it because you're here, have it open. That way Cyber can get to his 3,000 hours. That way he can receive his super chats because he really wants those. And yeah.
Yeah, and super chats make it easier because they're debating Joseph Smith over on the YouTube chat. I love it. I love it. And in fact, that's exactly what was being told in this picture. So the way Joseph Smith tells the story, so the hold on, do I got things brought up here? Just making sure. Yeah, I got Hanji and Rolly's pictures up. Yeah, so the way Joseph Smith tells the story is it's during the Christian revival, and he didn't know what church to join, and all his family members were of different faiths. He didn't know which one to join, but part of the religious revival was this whole, if you're not baptized, you're going to hell. That was a big part of it. And so people were like genuinely worried about Joseph Smith and was he going to hell? What was the plan? Blah, 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 blah. So his family was kind of getting harassed about it. And so he's reading in the Bible, and you read, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask God that giveth some men liberally and upbraideth not. And so he goes out into the woods and he prays. And while he prays, he explains how like Satan tried to like silence him and do all these things. And he was engulfed, and absolutely JB, there were like quite a few different story. And he got wrapped up by Satan. He couldn't talk, couldn't utter a prayer. And then he saw a light come out of heaven. And when the darkness departed, after the darkness departed, this is what he saw. He saw God and Jesus. God and Jesus. Apparently they're twins, but God and Jesus. And Jesus told him to not join any of the churches, that he was going to be used to bring forth the church. And then a few years later, a man named Moroni, if you ever look at a Mormon's temple, he's a golden statue on top of it, showed him where the golden plates were at, and boom, now we have Mormonism. But yeah, so
I
if
wasn't
you...
paying attention. Thank you, whoever gifted me.
Oh, Miss Michelle already knocked
you,
the
Miss
goats
Michelle.
out. Miss Michelle, thank you so much. Let's put some massive W's for Miss Michelle in chat right now. Massive W's, just absolutely destroyed that gift goal.
Did you see that Miss Michelle in the last line that you had also became a 6-month subscriber as well?
I did not. Miss Michelle, if you did, thank you so freaking much. The subscriptions really help. I appreciate it. And yeah,
and
we can do...
subscribed.
Hanji's, I think, was only gifted like a 1-month subscription. Also, if you are a subscriber on TikTok...
Show them emotes.
But if you are a subscriber on TikTok, there are some awesome emotes you can use. So hop in there, use those emotes.
Thank you for the tiny, or not the tiny, the heart me tiny signs.
Yes, I am on fire. Look, I am telling you, like, being able to do these on OBS really does open up a window. It does unfortunately slow the computer down a little bit. Um so I do definitely need to upgrade the RAM on my laptop. Luckily that I can do that. That's about all I can upgrade on this though. I ain't upgrading much more than that. Yeah, this fire, it doesn't phase me. I hang out in it. Um, I'm not allergic to iron. I can walk around. I'm perfectly okay.
Thank you for showing all the emotes, Miss Michelle.
Yes, there's all the emotes. Some of them do have songs that go with them. I have little sound clips for them. I do need to figure out though, because the issue that I run into is I'll play a sound clip, but the panel can't hear it. So one, that defeats the purpose. Oh, why is that a goose? It defeats the purpose when the chat can't see it, or not the chat, when the panel can't hear it, especially for the ones that are aimed at the guests, because they can't hear it either. And I'm not sure how that will transfer over once once TikTok goes the way of the dodo again.
And for everybody that doesn't know, that's expected to be April 5th. Please make sure you are joining your Discords and joining YouTubes and following the creators in their other apps, just in case TikTok does go away for good. That said, there is a possibility of an extension until April 20th, and Congress is asking for the president to extend it until October, but we shall see.
Can he extend it to October?
Congress is asking for the ability to extend it, for them to pass a law till October.
Why don't they just reverse the law? Like, fuck.
Because they want it out of China's hands.
Oh, and if you didn't know, 23andMe, if you're not aware of this, 23andMe is filing for bankruptcy. If you didn't know this, 23andMe is filing for bankruptcy. So if any of you have ever used 23andMe, it is going to be up for sale, which
AKA
means
delete your data.
you can't. It doesn't matter. They keep your DNA on file. So even if you delete your data, they still have the DNA.
Yeah, but then it's anonymous and it's not actually linked to you. Whereas if you keep it with your account, it kind of, hey.
That could be, but yeah, they are selling, which I'm going to assume. Trying to see the best placement for this fire. So yeah, that does mean that make this bigger this way. So yeah, that does mean that somebody else is going to have access to your DNA. So yeah, probably China. China. Because everything goes to China. Oh, it looks like Justin is off. So it looks like Justin might have done a Mezzo raid. Justin might have raided Mezzo. Well, poo. I appreciate the cyber raid. So here's my thing. I always try to raid the smaller creators. If there's a big creator, I'm not gonna raid them. I'll try to raid smaller creators. But I appreciate you coming in here. I appreciate it. Man, Miss Michelle is absolutely smashing those shamrocks. Oh, is that how many people Mezzo has in there right now? Is 600? Yeesh. Yeesh. One day, fam, I will be up there. One day. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Well, see, and I think so. I remember when Joel and Mezzo weren't that big, and I think them teaming up together was kind of genius because they did this teaming up thing that I think really paid off for them, and I also it also almost kind of caused me to block at least Joel, because you'd be in a live and then Joel would pop up in chat and you'd see Joel in chat for like 15 minutes being like, "Hey, has anybody seen Mezzo? Has anybody seen Mezzo?" And I was like, I almost feel like that you're trying to do the free clout thing, like hop up on panel, like help people out. All right, once we get to 10K though, I will do one more restart here and we'll see how that goes. Hopefully we get some traction, especially now that well, Rolly. So hopefully we get some things. So I'll be right back. I'm going to knock out that restart real quick. Doing another restart over on TikTok. Man, we're just not getting anybody wanting to bite today. I think I was at 20 people that time. All right, got the restart going. So anyways, on YouTube, go ahead and if you haven't already, give me a subscription, give me a subscribe, help me reach that 1,000. So 500 is needed, 500 subscribers is needed for super chats. Once I hit 1,000, that helps me to get monetized, which means that helps me out that way. So we'll see if we get some other people popping in. Welcome back, everybody. And again, let's get up to 10K as quickly as we can. Let's go ahead and hit that little heart me if possible. If you can afford to help do the gift, that helps. Commenting, all that helps. If you're over on YouTube, take a look at my link tree or my description. That'll get you links over to TikTok if you want to come over and debate. Two Spirit, welcome back in. Welcome back in. Parker reached member level 10. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. Thank you for the high bear. Two Spirit, I really appreciate it. Also, if you're not following Two Spirit, give Two Spirit a follow.
Definitely. Two Spirit has a lot of knowledge and is very good takes on a lot of things.
Nolly, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. You can come up and ask a question.
And also, Two Spirit has, if you're in Cyber's Discord, Two Spirit has some books available up there that you guys could and should read. And the PDF files are there for, and I'm actually talking about an actual PDF file, not like, PDF file, but they're actually there for you to download and to read. And they only ask that you give feedback on them.
That's why when people started referring to it as a PDF file, I'm like, quit calling it that. Like, use P3DO or something. When you use PDF files, as soon as people are starting saying, hey, I have a PDF, people are going to start side-eyeing you. Like, all right, Nolly, I sent you a question. You're more than welcome to come up if you want, or you can ask it in chat. We can answer it. But if you come on up, the engagement helps a little bit. Sword of the Spirit. I work for Amazon. So I got like the next 3 days off because we work 4 10-hour days. And I do my stuff on. Then once I get off, I come up on here. Grizzly over on YouTube. God doesn't provide anything, like nothing. Doesn't provide nothing. Like nature has provided everything you needed. Well, Sword of the Spirit. If you want to debate, you need to go down, click the link for TikTok. Come on over to TikTok, and I can debate you on TikTok starting next week. Starting hopefully Sunday, I will have a link down there for Video Ninja, and I will be able to debate people on YouTube over Video Ninja. The only downside to it is that Hanji and Rolly will be able to hear them, but won't be able to engage with them. They won't be able to hear anybody on panel. So whenever I'm on Justin's live, what I will do is be on TikTok on my phone, and I can talk to him on TikTok on my phone, and then I'll put an earbud in and have my computer on to Video Ninja, and then I just mute the phone and do all that, and then unmute this, and I can do both. But we do have this Sword of the Spirit wanting to debate. All they need to do... Oh, maybe we got a laundry coming up.
Hello, Laundry. What is your age, please?
Oh, I was just curious, like, what are your points for why God is a sick monster?
Okay, but what is your age, please?
Oh, wait. Say again?
What is your age?
Oh, I'm 20.
Okay. And are you a Christian?
I am, yes.
Okay. So the question to you is, why is God a sick monster?
No, I kind of asked first, like, what are your points as to why God is a sick monster?
We don't care what you asked first because you weren't introduced yet, so none of that counts. So you had to wait for me. So once I introduced you, and then I asked you, I actually asked you first. See how that works?
No, I got on here. I was like, why is God a sick monster? I mean, I'm curious. Y'all are the ones with it written in red in red text
Yeah, it is in
proclaiming
red
it,
text. Yep, I can
you
answer
might as
that.
well like
Yeah,
go ahead,
yeah,
please. I'm
yeah, I can
genuinely curious.
yeah, I can answer that. What is your view on innocent women being stoned to unalivement for biology that they can't control?
Could you go more into depth? I mean, what time period? Like, what defines innocent? Like, I'm confused by what you mean.
Yeah, hold on, let me bring that up a little bit. Yeah, so are you familiar with the virginity test?
I'm the ones that they do in Africa.
No, the ones that are commanded in the Bible.
No. Tell me about them.
Oh, yeah. So I'll get it brought up on the screen here. So where we're going to go to is over here in Deuteronomy 22. And what we have is, so Deuteronomy is the last set of laws that God gave to Moses before they entered the promised land. As you know, Moses did not enter the promised land. So what we have here is, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, now whenever we read the Bible and it says going into her, do you know what this means whenever we see this in scripture?
No.
It means having sex. He went in and they had sex, because in the culture, that's how they consummated the marriage. They would go in, there'd be a tent set up, they'd go into the tent, they'd have sex, and then the parents of the bride would go in, and the cloth that they had sex on, the parents would grab it, because that'd be evidence that they needed for the future. If anything happened, they'd have evidence. And in this case, what we're reading right now is when a man lies, right? So this is a man lying and makes up charges against her, saying, or slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of my daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then he shall lay out the cloth before the elders of the town. We're going to highlight this because this is where they're looking for the blood on the cloth, right? They're looking if there's blood on the cloth. And he's saying, so what he's saying is, I have evidence, lays it out, there's blood on it. The elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Now we're going to go to the opposite. Let's say he's accusing her of not being a virgin and there's no blood on the blanket, right? If, however, this charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So what do you think the glaring issue with this law is? And pay attention to the question I asked you regarding this question.
So I assume you're talking about the difference between the treatment of men and women in this question?
Well, that's one reason, right? It is a case that they both lied, but the man is only fined and the woman is stoned to death. But that's not the glaring issue. The question I asked you was, if you remember, I said, is it ever okay to punish an innocent woman for things that she can't control because of her biology? So the reason why I mentioned
so you're talking
that
about
is,
whether she bled or not?
yeah, whether or not she was a virgin. What percentage of women do you think actually bleed the first time they have sex?
I have no idea.
It is less than half. Only 43% of women today bleed the first time they have sex. Only 43%. Now, back then, when they didn't have the luxurious lifestyle we have couches, we ride in cars, we have everything today is just easier. Back then it was harder. So the estimated number of women that actually bled the first time they had sex back then was even lower. So the question is,
Well,
why did
why would that be lower? Sorry, I don't see how those things correlate. I
oh
mean, when I think about it, like I would assume that they would have bled more. You know,
Because
I
during
mean,
the times women were tending the fields, tending the horses, tending the crops, uh, carrying the vases, riding on donkeys from point A to point B. See, a lot of the women were doing a lot of the labor, especially when it came to the household. So it was a lot easier for women. In this case, I don't even know why we're fucking calling them women. In this case, these little girls were doing a lot of labor. There's even an instance where there are reports of when something as innocent as riding a donkey from point A to point B would actually shatter the hymen. Some women are actually born without them. Some of them don't bleed at all. And
mm-hmm,
so all of that has to come into account. And here is where the problem lies. If God, your God, the God, whatever,
mm-hmm,
made us in this creation, he would know the anatomy of the creature that he created. So if he knew that not all women bled, not all women had a hymen, or not all women's hymens would break or bleed, that's the issue. That's a problem. So he knew that innocent people would be stoned. He knew that these causes come into play. Even something as lifting up a vase, there goes your hymen, because that is forced labor.
how is that a regular occurrence that it just bleeds randomly?
It doesn't,
well
some
You're
no
people
saying
don't
like you
bleed at
could have
all. I didn't bleed. Okay,
well,
I'm going to get personal here. I didn't bleed the first time, and I was a grave victim. I
yeah
did not bleed. So
okay.
I would
yeah
be
the
stoned to unalivement.
Yeah, the point is, as a matter of fact, in the Talmud, there's a story of a father who goes to the Sanhedrin and say, "Hey, my daughter,
Well,
is it?
I don't want to go to the Talmud. I don't believe in the Talmud. Sorry. So, because I'm a
Well,
Christian, we don't go off the
well, well,
Talmud.
hold on. What's your understanding of the Talmud? Just out of curiosity."
I'm pretty sure it's a Jewish religious text that came prior to Jesus Christ, right?
No, it came after.
After?
Well.
Well, that's what I meant.
So
Sorry, it came
so
after
the
Jesus
oral,
Christ.
the oral aspect of it. So the part of the Torah that I'm
Well,
talking about is so parts of the Torah
well,
are so
the Talmud isn't part of the Torah, so
it is the Mishnah is part of the Torah. It's the oral Torah.
the Torah is the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Cyrus,
So
what verse were you reading?
oh, just now it's Deuteronomy 22 verses 12 and 13.
Thank you.
Yep. So the Torah. So the way the Mishnah came is that we have the oral Torah, or sorry, the written Torah, which are the 5 books of Moses, and then when Moses went to and he received more law, but God had told Moses saying, "No, this next part I'm going to give you, don't write it down, because the Gentiles are going to get your text and they're going to twist the words. So the way you're going to be able to know a Jew from the Gentile is by how they apply the law." But that's not the part of the Torah that I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is there are parts of the Talmud that are like historical, right? So these aren't scripture. It's not scripture. Sorry, it's not scripture. So the part I'm referring to is we have a woman or a father who takes his daughter to the Sanhedrin, and he states that, "Hey, my daughter is too young to be on her monthly, but there's bleeding down the leg." And they go and they mention that she had been walking up a hill, and that's when it happened, right? So all this does is it shows that they were so worried about this unaliving via stoning that when this girl started bleeding, they went to the Sanhedrin to report this, because by this time they had recognized that it was a problem. And it doesn't tell us what the outcome was. We don't. The
Sorry,
member the.
sorry,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
don't. It just sounds like she had her period. So
Well,
I
no,
don't
no,
see
no, no,
what
no,
the
no, no,
problem
no.
there is.
So when you have your period, and Hanji, correct me if I'm wrong. When you have your period, it's a different. The blood looks different.
Not also of mucus plug from the urinary tract area, where it's basically a type of mucus that is cleaning itself out. It would basically look like a blood clot, but without the blood clot, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it
So
and it
there's
describes the type of blood that was going down her leg.
it
So if a
doesn't.
girl were to
Yeah, yeah.
bleed,
Go ahead,
I was
Hanji.
going to say, if a girl would to bleed her first time, it's not like a flow. It's literally just spotting. It's like a couple of dots at most if she were to have her hymen broken. But if she is at a vertical angle, it will drip down the leg, but it will come as droplets. It wouldn't come like just as an overflowing river. That's not how the body works. And the thing is that for the girls who are born with a hymen, because remember what I said, some girls are not. Some girls, their hymen does not break. But for the girls who are born with a hymen and it does break, it could be as young as 3 years old. Girls usually do not start their periods until the ages of 8 to 12.
Well, and the reason for this story is to show that they were so worried. He went to them, right? Knowing
Yeah.
he's like, hey, when my daughter gets married, she's not going to bleed because she's bleeding now, and she's not going to bleed when she gets married. That was the concern, because they were so concerned about this law, right? So the question then is, why did God pass?
And that was written after the time of Jesus Christ, the text that you're talking about?
Yes. Well, hold. Let me rephrase
Okay.
that. It was. So they decided to start like writing it down after the destruction of the temple, because there were no more Levitical priests after the destruction of the temple, and they began to realize that Rome wasn't going to relent, and that they were probably going to end up getting the rest of Judea was probably going to end up getting conquered at some point. So that's when they started writing it down. But what I'm saying though is the story itself, like what happened in the story, isn't important. What's important about the story is that in the culture it just shows that the stonings were happening, right? Because one of the Christian apologetics is, well, it never happened, you can't prove it happened. But these stories show that the father was so worried that when his daughter got married, she's going to end
that
up
there was
being
actual fear of it
stoned.
happening to innocent people.
Yeah, correct. That was the concern. So the question again is, why did God give a law that would cause innocent women to be stoned to unalivement for something that they have no control over?
Okay, so I have a few problems with the argument. I mean, first off, it was written after the time of Jesus Christ. So, I mean,
Well,
the
this
story
law,
that you're talking about, so I understand the genuine concern. I understand the
I'm talking about
genuine
this
fear that
law.
the Jews
I'm
had
talking
for
about.
that law.
Well, I'm talking about Deuteronomy though. Why did God in Deuteronomy?
Yeah. Well, in the Christian understanding is that God knows better than human beings. And I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility for God to make sure that the women weren't innocent. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Israelites were obviously God's chosen people during the time. So, I mean,
But
I would
that's the.
hope.
But
I would
that's the
hope
issue.
that law didn't, but there's also no confirmation that innocent people were killed. So y'all are just basing this off of
No, there
Well,
is.
speculation.
no,
Well,
there
no,
is actual no.
that
Kind of.
Well, no,
No,
that
there's literally places today that use these scriptures to justify this. There is literally a place in India. It is a state in India that is heavily Christian, that follows the Old Testament laws, and they actually do
Okay,
have
so
the
they're not
parents in
Christian.
the room. No, I literally just said they're
No,
Christian and
so
they follow the Old Testament
but
laws.
but Christians don't follow the Old Testament laws; they
You're
follow
Andre,
the
supposed
new
to
laws
until
that
the
Jesus Christ brought.
you're supposed to
Andre,
until the heavens and the earth cease to exist. Yes.
to be a Christian, all you have to do is believe in Christ and have the 27
hmm
books of the New Testament in your Bible. That's it.
yeah, in
That's
fact,
wow.
yeah,
I mean,
in
I
fact,
disagree.
when we
Yes, you have to believe in Jesus Christ, but Christians, people who follow Jesus Christ, they
mhm.
follow the new laws. They don't follow the old laws. Jesus said that
You're
he
a
fulfilled the
Paulite.
old laws.
Oh yeah, we'll go
Huh?
take 2 looks. Yeah, we'll go look at 2 things. Have you read Mark 7?
Oh,
You've never read Mark 7?
let's say that one more time.
Yeah, have you read Mark 7? Oh, I don't know why I went to Matthew 7, Matthew 5.
Mark 7. Could you remind me of it?
Yeah, we'll get to Mark 7 just real fast. We'll read Matthew 5 real quick. So Matthew 5 verse 13 verse 17, sorry. So the issue that you're going to run into is, what does abolish mean? Are you there? Oh, he teacup. Why are you looking things up? I mean, I have it up
But
on the screen. I'll bring it up.
go ahead and read this, Viper.
Abolish in what verse?
Yeah, it's verse 17. What does abolish mean?
Do you not think that I came to abolish the law? Yeah, he says, I have not came to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
That's not
So
what I
the
asked you.
old
I asked
laws
you.
were
Hold on.
a covenant
Listen,
put between the Israelites
That's
and
not what I
Jesus Christ.
asked. Hold on. That's not what I asked. What does abolish mean? What does the word abolish mean?
To get rid of, to undo.
Yeah, to get rid of, right? And what does fulfill mean? Right? So we agreed that abolish means to get rid of. And what does fulfill mean in when we're talking about laws? What does fulfill mean in with laws?
To complete, make whole.
Yeah, so if I have a law, right? If I have a law that says the speed limit is, or you must follow the speed limit, and I see a sign that says 55 miles per hour, how do I fulfill that law?
Doing 55. But
Doing 55,
he
right?
didn't say he came. Right.
Don't contradict yourself. You're about to say something that's going to contradict yourself.
In this context, so like I said, the old laws that God gave to No. So the old laws that God gave to the Israelites was a covenant. When you fulfill a covenant, you make it whole, you make it complete. It is no longer. It's like an agreement. When you fulfill a contract.
That's how you abolish.
So when you fulfill a contract,
when you get rid
contract's
of it,
over.
yeah.
When both
Yeah, can you tell me where Jesus said the old law was fulfilled? Can you show me where the old covenant was? Yeah, can you tell me where Jesus said the old law was fulfilled?
Well, it says right there, I have.
Well, he's come to fulfill, but where does he talk about this covenant?
But to fulfill.
But where does he talk
when
about
Jesus Christ died? That's when he fulfilled it.
Yeah, can you show me where he said he was fulfilling the covenant? Yeah, I see. No, where he says he fulfilled the covenant.
Well, he literally says right there, I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill.
Yeah, so he's not come to do
away with. The old laws
with,
were a covenant. They were given to
fulfill.
to the Israelites.
Yeah, the laws last forever, right? Do we need to go find where God said the laws last forever? And what
Jesus says it.
Yep. And what you're forgetting is he also says, truly I tell you, because this is the important part, and this is where we get contradictory. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, right? Until heaven and earth pass away. What does that mean? What does it mean when heaven and earth pass away? What does that mean?
I guess they're gone. I don't know.
Yeah, until
we cease to exist.
And to put it into context, what does Genesis 1:1? What was the very first thing created?
The heaven and the earth. Oh, sorry.
The heavens and the
Hanji,
earth,
let him
right?
answer. Yeah, so until creation ends, until God's creation ends, right, heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished, right? And he told us what that all accomplished was. That all accomplished, he literally just told us. Right, we'll mark that in green because it correlates with the green. Until heaven and earth pass away. Heaven and earth is still here. And then he teaches, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Right? Now, we back this up. We can,
Can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah, there we go. Got scrolled up.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Then something else.
Yeah, so it's saying heaven and earth will not pass away until
until heaven and earth pass away. No,
when
he's saying until
Jesus passed away, when he died for our sins, he fulfilled and accomplished
He's
the
not
law.
listening.
That's not what that
Laundry.
said.
No.
That's not what that said.
I'm listening, but like
what it says.
No,
listen. I'll
Laundry.
read it
Listen.
again. I'll read it again.
it says until heaven and earth pass away.
Yep. Until heaven and earth pass away. Keep reading. Keep reading.
Not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished.
And what did he just tell us?
Dunzo,
what did
finished.
he just? Yeah. What did he tell us that all is accomplished? He just told us what that was. Heaven and earth passing away. Nowhere in here does he say until I'm crucified. He never says that. That's not said in here. You're adding that.
I assume that's what he's saying by accomplished. You think him saying accomplished is just heaven and earth passing away?
Laundry. Context.
So hold on,
Hanji.
Hanji. I have this because we'll end up taking it in a different direction. Not that you're intentionally doing that. So why
I was
would
just gonna reread him the scripture, but okay.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Why does it say until heaven and earth pass away? Why would he add that? What's the important part of saying that not one stroke of a letter? What's the purpose of adding until heaven and earth pass away? Why would that be added in?
I assume that means like those laws should be fulfilled. Like there's no like you should fulfill them until heaven and earth pass away. But
where does it say but?
Accomplishes the law. So
no,
like the law should be fulfilled. The law should be fulfilled. The law should.
Yeah, the law should be followed.
But it says until all is accomplished.
Yeah,
so the
and
law
that
should be
all
followed
is accomplished.
until heaven and earth pass away. Until all is accomplished.
Yeah, that's what he says. That's what he says.
So
all is accomplished is lining up with heaven and earth passing away. They line up together. But there's another way to look at this too. The other way to look at this, yeah.
Just real quick, what is this verse, book, and blah blah blah? It's for the chat.
Okay. And
what is
the other?
What book is this? Just what book is it? Like, is it Matthew 20 what?
Oh, it's Matthew 5:17.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I don't pay attention to chat when I'm doing these. The other way you could look at this is we can abolish laws and prophets, but we could also look at we don't necessarily fulfill laws, but we do fulfill prophecies, right? So Christ has not come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've come not to abolish the law.
Why couldn't you fulfill? Why couldn't you
prophets.
fulfill a law?
Well, that I'm saying this is an additional way to look at it. But another reason why we know, huh? You don't think so? Well, let's go ahead and look at this, right? Again, we'll go to Mark 7. So in Mark 7, what we get.
No, sorry. The stream is very glitchy, so we it's like going.
No, that's you. You have poor internet. You're running on bars.
Yeah, that's going to be you.
Bar.
Yeah. So where we're going to go is to Mark 7.
Yeah, I know.
And on Mark 7, what we're going to get, let me get Mark 7 brought up real quick. So what we're going to get in Mark 7 is these tradition of elders, right? Now I want you to pay attention to how many times tradition of elders or human tradition is said here, because this is important. Now, this is where we see a starting of, so the purpose of the Talmud. So I'm an atheist, right? I grew up practicing Judaism, but I'm an atheist now. So I don't believe in the Talmud either, right? But what it is that the Pharisees had began to realize, mainly through being occupied by the Greeks, and the Greeks had come with some advancements in medicine and stuff, and the Pharisees and the Jewish people had become to realize that some of these practices found in Torah are harmful. We probably shouldn't be unaliving people. The virginity test is not a good test, not a good way to test virginity, right? So they had started putting fences around the Torah. Essentially, if you can't touch the Torah, you can't break it. And one of these, they instituted hand washing. Nowhere in Torah does it mention hand washing. And so the Pharisees are washing their hands, and they notice that Jesus and Jesus and his apostles are not washing their hands. And so they go and they say, so the Pharisees and scribes asked him, "Why do your disciples not walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat with defiled hands?" Now, tradition of elders, human tradition, these phrases are said 7 times in this passage. He said to them, "Isaiah prophesied rightly about you hypocrites, as it is written, 'This people honors me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrine.'" And then Jesus further says, "You abandon the commandments of God and hold the human tradition." Then he said to them, and real quick, before we read this, we're going to read a part here where we're going to read this word Corban. What Corban means is that instead of unaliving somebody or doing something atrocious like that, they would pay an extra tithing or something else to pay for the sin, right? So they wouldn't kill them anymore. They just have them do something else, normally a tithing or a sacrifice. Just that's just the context of that. He said to them, "You have a fine way of rejecting the commandments of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, 'Honor your father and mother,' and whoever speaks of father or mother must surely die." This is important. This is extremely important for Jesus to be saying this. "But you say that if anyone tells father or mother, 'Whatever support you might have had from me is Corban,' that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit doing anything for father or mother, thus nullifying the word of God through your traditions that you have handed on." So Jesus is saying quite literally, like, don't do the human traditions, whatever the human traditions you're trying to pass, don't do that. Follow the law, right? So this idea that Jesus is just not following the law and is trying to teach something different is not true. There's no evidence of Jesus ever teaching other than following the law. If you can find me a scripture, I would love to hear it.
Well, Jesus was a Jew, and so he obviously followed Jewish laws. But that all changes when he dies.
He never said it changed. Paul said it changed, but I think Paul's full of crap. Paul contradicts a lot of Jesus's teachings.
What contradictions are there?
Yeah, we could talk about like circumcision, baptism. Jesus and Peter both taught that you need to be baptized by water and of the Spirit, and Paul said, no, you just need to be baptized by the Spirit. The water's not necessary. Paul was against circumcision. Jesus and Peter teach circumcision. In fact, do you know what apostolic tradition is?
Like the apostasies?
No. So, apostolic. What religion are you, if you don't mind me asking? Like, which denomination?
I'm Christian. I mean, I don't subscribe to denominations and all that. I think that's a bunch of baloney.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So apostolic tradition is so apostolic tradition, all it is something that Catholics and Orthodox and some Protestants hold to, and essentially it states that Peter was the first.
Like they follow the apostles. Yeah.
Well, it's a succession of lineage. So Peter taught this person, and this person taught this person. It's like a succession to keep the authentic teachings
Kind of like the
of
papacy.
Jesus. Huh?
Like the papacy, like they believe that the Pope is infallible because he has a direct link to St. Peter.
Yeah, kinda like that. But all of the church fathers, so if you ever hear about like the church fathers, all of the church fathers gained their legitimacy because they trained under one of the apostles, right? So for example, Irenaeus trained under Polycarp. Polycarp supposedly trained under John, right? So it's this. But the reason why I bring that up is none of the church fathers ever wanted to say they're going to follow Paul. Like there's no apostolic tradition of Paul. Paul was referred to as the apostle for the heretics for the longest time. In fact, Paul probably came from Marcion. I'm sure you don't know who Marcion is. That's irrelevant. But my point is that you can't find me a single scripture where Jesus himself taught that he was instituting a new covenant. And whenever you try to point to a new covenant that is mentioned in the Old Testament, I can show you where it's not an actual new covenant. The only thing that was going to be changed, because you're going to point to a scripture that says like the writing on their heart, all that means is that, because it mentions the law, it doesn't say anything about a new law, nothing like that. Currently, under the covenant, Jewish people learn the law by studying the word, right? When I was practicing Judaism, I studied Torah at least 3 times a week, preferably every day, but I never went more than 3 days without looking at a Torah and memorizing and looking at it. That's how we do it now. When the new covenant comes, when the Mashiach comes, the covenant is that the law will be written on our hearts and we'll just know the law. We don't need to read it anymore. We'll just know it. That's the new covenant. But my question is, can you find me a scripture where Jesus... Man, these Christians keep teacupping. Can you find me a scripture where Jesus teaches to not follow the law, or where Jesus openly breaks Torah?
Openly breaks Torah? Yeah, when he like works on the Sabbath and he calls the Pharisees out for when he heals the blind man.
Did you know
He heals the
healing's
blind
not
man.
yeah, healing's not forbidden on the Sabbath? Did you know that? It's one of the things that Christians like
Well,
to say.
the Pharisees got really mad at him and they wanted to stone him.
Well, that's what the story says. The story says that, but that's only if the authors are telling the truth. Nowhere in Torah is healing against Torah. In fact, do you know what the Jewish law for helping your fellow man is?
Enlighten me.
Yeah, so if I see that somebody is injured, it is my job, or somebody needs help. If my neighbor truly needs help, we suspend Torah. The laws get suspended, and helping that person takes precedent over following Torah. The whole thing gets suspended. So the idea of Jesus getting chastised for helping or for healing goes against Torah. Goes against the Talmud. And the Pharisees are the ones who started the Talmud. It goes against their teachings.
Okay.
So like that probably never actually happened. Somebody just added that into the text.
I don't know about that one. I mean, it says like the Bible is infallible and is not corrupted. I doubt someone just made that up.
Do you want me to do you want me to show you where it's fallible?
Yeah, and you said in the Talmud? Like I said,
No.
Where the
Where the Bible itself is fallible.
Fallible.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
can show you a 10-year gap that you're not going to be able to explain. Yeah. So
Between Jesus' death and when the Bible was actually like put together, you're
no,
saying?
between his birth story.
Well, what about it?
Yeah, so in Matthew 1, well Matthew 2, sorry. Matthew 2, who's the king of Judea?
In Matthew 1?
Matthew 2, sorry. Matthew 1 gives his lineage. It's Matthew 2. Matthew 2, who is the king of Judea?
Not entirely sure, not off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'll get it brought up. It's Herod. King Herod. And we know that it's specifically Herod the Great.
The one who wanted to kill all the babies.
Yes. And that story never happened either. That didn't happen either. There's no historical evidence of that having ever happened. So we know right here that it was King Herod. And the reason why we know it's King Herod the Great is because when we come down here, we'll read the return from Egypt. You're going to read about this guy here named Archelaus. Now, Archelaus, there was only one of them, and he was Herod the Great's son. Now, Herod the Great passed away in 4 BCE. Right, so that's 4 BCE. Now, the issue that we run into is that Jesus then had to have been born no later than 4 BCE, according to Matthew. But when we go to Luke chapter 2, we're going to learn about this man named Quirinius. And Quirinius is the whole reason why they were going to Bethlehem. There was a decree where Caesar Augustus, this is Octavian Augustus, Julius Caesar's nephew, he gave out a census that all the world should be registered. Now, Quirinius in 6 CE, could have been 5 CE, but probably 6 CE, Quirinius becomes the governor of Syria. The reason why this happened is under the Herods, the Jews were not like an actual Roman province. They're what's called a Roman protectorate. What a protectorate is you're kind of under Roman rule, but you're self-governing. You're able to do your own thing, but you pay money to Rome, and Rome puts troops, they garrison troops in you, and then if you get attacked, Rome protects you. And you provide soldiers for them, and you help them out whenever they need help. And so, under the Herods, Judea was a protectorate of Rome, not a province of Rome. But Archelaus was part of a trime. It was essentially 3 of Herod's sons all served together. So he didn't serve alone. They served together. There was a lot of infighting, a lot of backstabbing. And after that happened, they fucked up so much that Rome said, hey, you know what? We're just going to conquer you. And so they became a province of Rome. And Quirinius was assigned to be governor. Judea was made part of the Syrian governorship. And Quirinius was made governor, and because he was the new governor, everybody had to go and take a census. Now, the problem is, again, Quirinius became the governor, and Luke's mentioning it here, in 6 CE. That's a 10-year gap from 4 BCE. So, if it is infallible, you need to explain why is there a 10-year gap between the birth story told in Mark and the birth story told in Luke.
You know, I've never heard of this stuff before, so I'd have to do some research, but I wouldn't consider a date mix-up like completely infallible.
Well,
But
what does infallible mean?
means like cannot be changed.
No, infallible. What does fallible mean?
Without mistakes or being wrong.
Yeah, so it's a contradiction. Only one of them can be right. They can't both be right. Only one of them can be right.
You know, I mean, I'd love to take your word on it with all these dates and stuff, but I would have to look into this myself and see it myself. You know what I mean? And it's quite interesting. I've never heard this argument before for it to not be
Yeah, no, that's
infallible.
fine. That's fine. My next
So
question is because we'll go find another piece of infallibility. When Judas passed away, right? Do you remember? Do you know who Judas is?
yes, Judas,
Yeah, and what did he
30
do?
pieces of silver.
Yep, he betrayed Christ, right? And
Right.
what did he do after? What happened after Jesus was crucified? What happened?
Pretty sure he took his own life, right?
Yeah, how did he do that? And there's a story to that. Do you know the story behind that?
Uh, I know he felt guilty, obviously,
Yep.
but that's about it. That's all I remember.
Yep, not a problem, not a problem. We'll go read Matthew. So in Matthew, what it says is, so obviously we get Judas hangs himself. In the early morning, all the chief priests and the elders of the people made their plan on how to have Jesus executed. So they bound him, led him away, and handed him over to Pilate the governor. When Judas, who had betrayed him, saw that Jesus was condemned, he seized him, when Judas, who had betrayed him, saw that Jesus was condemned, he was seized with remorse and returned the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders. I have sinned, he said, for I have betrayed innocent blood. What is that to us? They replied. That's your responsibility. So Judas threw the money in the temple and left. Then he went away and hanged himself. So the way Matthew tells the story is Judas took the money, the guilt money, and threw it in the temple and ran and hung himself. So he doesn't have the money. The issue is when we go to Acts. Acts is going to have Matthias is being chosen to replace Judas because he's a traitor. They don't want nothing to do with him. And this says, so we're going to go down here to verse 15. And it says, in those days, Peter stood among the brothers and sisters. Together, the crowd numbered about 120 persons. And said, brothers and sisters, the scripture had to be fulfilled, which the Holy Spirit, through David, foretold concerning Judas, who became a guide for those who arrested Jesus. For he was numbered among us and was allotted his share in this ministry. Now again in parentheses, now this man acquired a field with the reward of his wickedness. And falling headlong, he burst open in the middle. All his bowels gushed out. Right? So in this story, he bought a field with the money.
Okay.
So he didn't throw it in the temple. He bought a field with it. So when we say the Bible is infallible, it's not. It's just some wild apologetics that you've got to try to jump through to make it make sense. Again, like we were talking about, Peter and Jesus, they contradict. Not Peter, Paul and Jesus. Jesus and Peter say you need to be baptized by water and the Spirit, and Paul says nope, just the Spirit. What's another? Where's some other? There's some Wait, go ahead.
So like those two pieces of scripture,
Hold on, you were breaking up really bad right now. I can't hear you. Are you there?
Hello.
You're still breaking up. But hey, give me a follow. I'm going to move on to somebody else, but give me a follow and I'll be live again tomorrow night. I'll definitely bring you back up tomorrow. All right, can you bring up the next guest, please, Rolly?
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Hello. What is your age, please?
Hello, brother. How are you?
Cool. What's your age, please?
Hello, how are you?
What is your
Good.
age?
What's your age?
What's your age? What kind of you? I come up, you ask me what's your age? Is that the way? Is that the way it goes, bro?
Yes, I
Yeah,
have
it's
to
TikTok
confirm your age for
TOS.
TikTok terms of service. That
My name is
way,
Osage. My name is Evangelist Osage. That is my name, my brother. I can answer
I
your
just need your
question.
I just need your age. I just need your age.
No,
it's
no,
just
I
very
preach the
simple.
gospel.
Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah, definitely, bro.
Okay.
Okay, that's all
See,
we
not
needed.
that hard. So, are you a Christian?
Yes, I preach the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay. Well, let's do this, right? If you preach the gospel, the Lord Jesus Christ, you should know all about him. You should know you shouldn't follow Paul. So, why is God a sick monster?
Sorry?
Why is your God a sick monster?
Okay, well, you're profaning God right now, right?
Okay,
Yeah, God's a
if I
sick
want to
fuck.
profane your God, I would say sick fuck, just like Cyber did.
Okay. I want to actually, I want to understand your makeup. What is your belief?
Yeah,
What's
well,
your own belief?
huh? Oh, I'm a
What
mythicist.
is
I
your
don't even
belief?
believe Jesus existed. But my question for you is, do you believe
No,
God and
before we
Jesus are the same?
no, wait. Let's before we go down there. I would like to clarify a lot of things for you if you need to understand it. But I want to understand your own mentality. Can see
Oh,
fire burning in your
no, that's not how this works. This is an internal critique on your worldview, my dude. This is an internal critique on you. So my question for you is, I have a clarifying question. Do you believe that Jesus and God
we're not going to.
are
Hello,
this?
brother. I need to understand your identity. You represent something. Is your identity I want to make clear? You're bringing a fire in front of your whatever you are doing here. I want to understand are you a Satanist?
No, I don't
Do you
believe
worship
Satan
Satan?
exists.
Okay, you don't believe that the devil or Satan exists.
Correct.
Are you aware of Illuminati, right? Are you aware?
Of who?
Illuminati.
No, the Illuminati doesn't exist. That's goofy. So yeah, I'm an atheist.
Well, you're an atheist. Okay, you don't believe there's a God. Okay,
That's what an
but
atheist means.
okay now your belief does not change the reality. So, but I want us to look at the system in which we are operating in this world. You're putting a fire in front of you. You hope you know what the fire represents. You know what this fire represents in front of you?
Oh yeah, it's because God wants me to burn in hell because I'm an atheist.
No. God does not want anybody to burn in hell.
Well,
It is your
God sends
choice.
some people to burn in hell. It's not my choice. But anyways, we're gonna hop back on
Let me
topic
show
though.
you.
Hold
Let me
on.
show.
Listen,
Look,
I know you don't want to read the Bible. You're gonna do everything you can to not read the Bible.
no,
But we're gonna go
I'm
ahead
going to
and
tell you the
hold on.
Bible.
Listen.
I'm
We're
going to
gonna
tell
go
you
ahead
about
and
this. I'm going to tell
hold
you
on.
about the Bible.
Hold on. We'll
Just
just go
okay,
ahead
just
and give you a mute, right? We'll go ahead and give you a mute. We're gonna read the Bible, so I have to ask you a clarifying question. So the clarifying question is, do you believe that God and Jesus are one?
now. I want to answer your question about your state of belief system. That is a
Oh,
God and is not.
I didn't ask a question about my state of belief.
I'm gonna
That's why
answer. I'm gonna
you
answer a
came
lot
in
of
here and got
questions.
immediately. Hold on, you came in here and got immediately concussed the fuck out. Like I didn't ask any questions about my state of
You
belief.
don't need to cuss, my friend.
I'm
You
here
don't need
to
to
ask
cuss.
you the only. Hold on, listen. The only
You don't
question
need to
that you need
cuss.
to
Why
answer.
cuss? Why do you cuss?
Oh, because I
Why
can
do you
say
have to
fuck,
cuss?
damn, shit, hell, because I can, because I'm an
No, no,
adult.
no, no. Yeah, you can, but it's the consequences to your lifestyle. This
Well,
your lifestyle
you
has a
believe
consequence.
that. You believe that. So my question is,
I'm a
right? The
human being like you, my brother.
Well, listen. So you can keep interrupting, but the question is, right? Again, you can just answer the question for like a third time. Do you believe that Jesus and God are one? That's a yes or no. I'll invite you to unmute. I've sent you an invite to unmute. If you don't know how, hit the little microphone and unmute so we can talk.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. So the question is, do you believe that Jesus and God are the same?
Yeah, I want to. Yeah. I want to ask you. I want to answer your question, but I want you to patiently listen to me. You
No, I'm here
understand?
to
Because
hold on. Stop. We're doing an internal critique on your worldview. The topic is
if you have to
hold
listen,
on. Listen.
hello,
I
hello.
look. I can move on. I've got other people in the box. I can just move
If
on.
you
So the
Bro, it
question
doesn't change
is,
anything. If you don't move on, it doesn't change anything. I'm only here to tell you the truth. If you want to
yeah,
hear the truth, I told you I'm the
yeah.
preacher.
So the question is, why is God a sick fuck? Can you answer that question? You give me a yes or no, or we'll just move on. You know, I'll ask you an even simpler question. Let me ask you a simpler question. Do you think that it is ever acceptable to punish the wives of a husband for his sins? Do you think that's okay?
Okay, now, dear brother, do you want me to answer your questions? But I want you to patiently listen to me, please. I'm begging you.
Well, no, I'm not here to listen to a sermon. We're here to listen to a
I'm not going to
debate,
give
and
you a
you and I are
sermon.
here to have a
I'm
debate.
not going to give you a
So the
sermon.
question
You said
was,
God
so
is
I'll ask
sending.
you for a second time. I'll ask you for a second time. The question is, right, do you believe that it is okay to punish women for the sins of their husbands? Go ahead and answer that. I sent you an invite to unmute. Can you answer that question?
Okay. Well, how come I'm getting muted every time?
Yeah, because you're not answering the
I don't know.
question.
I'm not muting myself.
You've been masterful in the 5Ds of dodge debate, right? But I want you to stay on target. The target is, why is God a sick monster? Why is God a sick fuck?
Whatever you believe or understand does not change the reality.
And every time you try to preach, I'm going to mute you. Right? I'm going to mute you. So you can either stay on target or you can just continue to get muted. So I'm going to ask you for a third time now with this question. Do you think that it is acceptable for women to be punished for the sins of their husbands? Unmute and answer that question, and only that question.
Okay, where did you get this information where a woman is being punished for the sins of her husband? Because you're asking me a question. I need to know where you're getting a question from. Where are you getting this your question from?
Oh, yeah. So this is going to be from 2 Samuel chapter 12. Are you familiar with David and Bathsheba and what happened to David's wives?
Okay, David and Bathsheba.
Yeah, and what happened with David's wives?
Let's look at the verse you're talking about, brother. Let us read it aloud. Let us see what
we'll
it
read
says.
it. Yeah, we'll absolutely read it, and then we'll go read its follow-on. So what can you recollect just briefly what David did and Bathsheba did? What happened? Can you recollect that story real fast?
The sin of Bathsheba, is it Uriah's wife, where
Yeah.
Uriah went to where Uriah was sent to the war front and he died in the war front?
Yeah, because
David wanted Bathsheba, right?
Yeah.
And she's the mother of Solomon, right?
She is the mother of Solomon, but we're not talking about Solomon. We're talking about David's wives.
What was the question?
Yeah. So what happened was, so yeah, you gave a good overview. So we'll flush it out a little bit. They were at war with the Ammonites, and David was up on his palace, and he saw Bathsheba bathing, and he liked her. He wanted her. So he had his servants bring her in, and they slept together. They both committed adultery, and she got pregnant. Now, this was an issue with her being pregnant. That's an issue because guess what? David's married and Bathsheba's married to Uriah the Hittite, as you mentioned. Now, under Torah, what is the punishment for both of them for the act of adultery? What did God say the punishment is?
Who is Torah? Who is Torah?
In the old, in Deuteronomy.
No. You can't. Hello. You know. It shows how in experience you don't even have enough information and you're here criticizing God. It just shows that
that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Hold on.
Because you're mentioning Torah.
That's
Torah. Who is Torah? Who's Torah?
The Torah that David would be reading.
There's nothing about Torah. Don't mention Torah about Jesus or the Old Testament. There's nothing about Torah. You want to go through your Bible and mention one place the Bible where God talk about Torah?
Hold on. That's not what I asked. I asked
You're very
under Torah.
confused. You're
So
confused.
hold on. What is the name of the scriptures that David would have got his laws from? What do we call those?
What do you mean by the laws? Which laws are you talking about? Are you talking about the Ten Commandments?
No, we're talking about the Torah.
There's nothing about the Torah. You're confused. I keep telling you, you don't know what you're even saying. Look at you, you're blabbing.
I do. Hold on. What set of laws did David follow? What set of laws did he follow?
David was a man after the heart of God, and David followed the commandments, and not just in
and what did the commandment say was the punishment for adultery?
Okay, now you claim you know. Where is it written the punishment for adultery in the Old Testament?
Oh yeah, it's in Deuteronomy 22. I'm glad you asked. We'll go read it.
Yeah, let's read it.
Do you not know this?
You want to read it? Read it, brother.
Yeah, we will read it. But did you not? Are you not aware of this?
You want to read it because you know you lack basic understanding, and you're jumping. You're jumping from one thing to the other thing without over conclusive understanding, and that's why you're sending your soul and dragging your soul to hell.
What understanding do I need? And you're crashing out right now. Man, you're crashing out. You're super concussed right now. You don't even know where you're at.
God wants to send you to hell, but your ways is taking you to hell.
So we're gonna hold on. So listen, we're gonna look. I'm gonna mute you again. We're gonna read it here. We're gonna read it.
You're the one with faults. You're the one with faults here.
So we'll read it here.
You're gonna the fire. The fire you're going to.
So there we go. See, I control this, not you. So when we go here, what we are going to read is verse 22. And verse 22 says, if a man is discovered lying with the wife of another man, both of them shall die. The man who lay with the woman as well as the woman, you shall purge the evil from Israel. These are God's words. This is God's command. So under Torah, under the law, what should have happened to David and Bathsheba? Go ahead and answer.
Hello. Torah is an Islamic word. It's not for Christians. Yeah, so don't stop mentioning Torah because you lack understanding.
Why do you think Torah is Islamic?
Torah is an Islamic word. It is not for Christians.
It's Jewish. It's Jewish.
Yeah, but it is more of an Islamic word than even a Jewish word.
It's not. Where do you think it came from? Where do you think Islam got it?
It's Judaism, right? That's what the Israelites practice. Now I'm telling you now that it is that word you're saying is more used by Islam than the Judaism.
It's not. You have no evidence for that. But the question that I'm going to ask you again is: so this is in Torah. This is Torah. This is the Torah. What was the law that David was following? Under the law that David followed, what should have happened to David according to God? Because these are God's words. God said these. Unmuted you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I accidentally muted him again. I'm sending you an unmute. I didn't mean to mute you again. I was trying to send you another unmute, and you unmuted right as I hit that. So under Torah, under the law, here I'll make it better. Under the Mosaic law,
all right,
what was supposed to happen to David and Bathsheba under the law?
Okay. Now, are you gonna allow me to talk? Are you gonna start?
I just want you to answer the question. I want to answer
I want to answer
under
the question now.
Under the law, what was supposed to happen? It's right here. It's above you. It's above my head.
Yeah.
Right
Allow
here.
me to answer you, my friend. Allow me to answer you.
Answer.
Okay, now, the situation that you're finding here and the situation in David was two different ones. Let me explain to you now. If David wasn't the king, because his deed was not discovered by a third party, remember that God still punished him for this deed. God punished him for the deed, though. But because the deed was not captured by a third party, if, for instance, you and somebody else was caught, you and somebody else's wife was caught by a third party, then they would have actually stoned you guys to death.
Hold on. Where does the law say? Hold on. Where does the law?
Hello. You have to be caught for the law to be implemented. This is the
Hold on.
reality.
Hold on. So let's play this out, because I muted you again. Let's play this out. They are at war. Uriah is not home. Uriah is out
I
in
don't know.
battle. Hold
Are
on.
you,
Don't unmute yourself.
hello.
Don't unmute you. I'm just gonna mute you again. Like the fuck. So Uriah is out to combat.
It doesn't change.
So look. You can keep unmuting. I'll just mute you right back. So Uriah is out to combat, right? David gets Bathsheba pregnant. Now, what's gonna happen when Uriah comes home and Bathsheba is either pregnant or has had a child? What does that mean? Bathsheba was done. She was caught. She was caught having adultery. Thus, the law applies.
Who caught her having adultery?
So maybe I can make this easier.
Dumb. You're really dumb, my friend. You're very, very dumb.
No, maybe I can make this easier for your dumbass. If you're married and you're gone to war, or you're just gone, you're away from the area, and you come home and your wife is pregnant, and you know you didn't do it, what does that mean happened? Go ahead. And they were discovered. David told his servants to bring her in.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Answer the question.
I know you want to criticize. Yeah, you want.
Just answer the question.
But you have to be. I know you want to criticize, but you have to be realistic in criticizing the reality. Now, both David and Uriah were never caught.
Yes, they were.
No.
How did hold on. How did Bathsheba get to the palace? How did Bathsheba get to the palace?
David sent one of his people, one of his guys.
He sent his servants. So his servants knew what was going to happen. There's only one reason why. Hold on. There's only one reason why. I'm muting you again, dude. Like, there's only one reason why David would bring a woman who's married to the palace. What's the only reason you can think of? What are other reasons you can think of for David at night to bring a woman to the palace?
Does the Bible make a record that the slave or the servant saw David sleeping with Bathsheba?
All it means when it says discovered is all they had to do is insinuate.
If you cannot allow somebody prove a point to you.
Hold on, what does discovered mean? Yeah, I'll kick you. I don't mind kicking you. What does discovered mean? Can you tell me what discovered means?
You're just naive and you're sinful and you're spreading your sin.
Yeah, can you just tell me what discovered means?
Can you allow me to talk? You're saying
no, I want you. No, because you're being a dumb fuck. Can you tell me what discovered means? What's the definition?
Now you keep muting it 3 times.
Yeah, because you keep deviating, right? You're not wanting to talk. You're not staying on topic.
Truth. You want to go to hell.
You're not.
You are willing to go to hell. It is your choice to go to hell, and that hell you can't escape because your choice.
Yeah, there's that Christian love.
That is what you choose.
So yeah, so the question is, what's the definition of discovered?
Now, I'm going to answer the case of Uriah and David.
Yeah, I just need you to give me the definition of discovered.
You keep jumping from one to the next thing.
No, because you said no. You said they were not discovered. You said they weren't discovered. So I want you to tell me the definition of discovered. Go ahead.
I want to show you the reality.
No, I want you to tell me the definition of discovered.
You have a dictionary.
No, I need you to tell me the definition of discovered. Go ahead.
Cyber needs that spiritual definition. Let's hear it. Let's hear your spiritual definition for the word discovered.
Man, and this God doesn't want you to be
Who's
talked
the second?
because he's definitely keeping you on mute. Like if God wanted your word to be out, he just makes so this damn mute button didn't work. Like you clearly don't have the Holy Spirit. So you'll come off mute when you can give me the definition of discovered. Go ahead.
Can I talk now?
Yeah,
Only
definition
if
of
you give the
discovered.
definition of discovered.
Yes, brother. Who's the second man talking behind you? What's his name? Who's you?
Her
Sorry.
name, and that's Rolly, but you can give me
Okay.
the definition of
Rolly,
discovered. Go ahead.
Rolly, do you support your?
Yeah, go ahead and give me the definition of discovered.
The only thing that I support, and I really want this from you, like maybe you can like help like turn me into like a believer. I really need that definition of discovered. Like, what is that spiritual definition of discovered? You got this.
No. It's not a spiritual definition. It's your common definition. What
Oh,
I'm
so give
trying
me
to
the
say,
common
Okay,
definition.
so
Yeah,
what is the common one?
yeah.
what I'm trying to tell you is this:
I
the
don't care
lost.
what you're trying to tell me. Like my mute button's more powerful than Yahweh. So give me the definition of discovered. Go ahead.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, give me the definition of discovered. Go ahead.
Okay. So when we talk about the discovery,
Yeah, so give me the definition of discovered. Go ahead.
you made your choice to go to hell, my friend. I don't have your
I
time anymore.
did. I did.
So
Do you have definition of
take
discovered?
me down. Take me down. I'm not interested in talking to a fool. Take me off, please.
Definition of discovered?
I,
That was interesting. Everybody, please continue to tap and get Cyber up to like at least 15 or 20K. Like, he's been on a couple hours. We should really be much higher than this. There's 56 of you. If you just fill the bar like 2 or 3 times, we're going to have the live pumping with the likes. Also, please share out the live and join Cyber on YouTube. That way he can get his 3,000 hours. Gift Cyber. His gift goal is up top. The only 5 coins each, and one of you can smash that entire goal out by just gifting 55 coins, which would be really amazing. Please also subscribe, either here or if you're on YouTube, please hit the like button and subscribe to him there. And with that, I think we're going to bring up the next guest, which is Dragon. Dragon, what is your age, please?
I'm 45.
Perfect. And
Cool.
are you a Christian?
I am not.
Okay. Did you have any questions for Cyber?
I just had to say, you slay. I am so impressed with your skill level. I've just been like on the edge of my seat. I'm just here. I'm complimenting, but I do have a point that I want to make. But I'm just like, your
Well, hold on real
tenacity-
quick.
Yeah,
Hold on
go
real
ahead.
quick. Do you have a definition of discovered?
I do.
You see how easy that is?
My
Anyways,
definition of discover is to learn about, to find out, for information to be revealed. Discovered is to become aware of, to gain knowledge of, to learn.
So is it fair to say then that through whatever methods that people, that David and Bathsheba were in fact discovered?
They were discovered, correct. And yes, go ahead. Next question.
Nope, you're good. What was your question?
Well, I mean, I think what I just witnessed was such an incredible demonstration of the indoctrination that people are under, that they cannot answer the most simple question. They can't give a definition to a basic question because they are so entrapped in what I honestly believe is like a form of a dark spell, because it's not logical. You are asking very logical questions, very simple questions, and you were so like again and again and again and again, and then you would break it down and then you would give an example, and then and still no clear answer could be given. And that is just profound to me. So I have a mental health background and I have a spiritual background. I've done a lot of research on occult knowledge, mythology, different religions, different spiritual views. And then I also have mental health knowledge. So I know about cognitive dissonance and defense mechanisms. And all of that was at play with what I just witnessed. The fact that you ask a Christian, is it okay for a woman to be punished because of her husband's sins? That's a yes or a no. That has nothing to do with anything else other than morals. You shouldn't have to rely on a Bible to know, like, that's not acceptable.
Right. Well, and what a lot of these Christians don't understand is, like, so they'll sit there and they'll try to do a whole grounding thing in morality and stuff, but what they don't understand is that, like, if the Bible is objective, if it is the truth, then they are absolutely locked in with saying slavery is okay. They're locked into that, right? Whereas, from my worldview, or our worldview as atheists, right, we can then, as we gain more knowledge, of say, hey, you know what? Slavery in any point of time was never okay, right? In fact, so I grew up practicing Orthodox Judaism, and the slavery verses were actually what started me on my deconstruction, was the slavery. And I was like, this is horrible. This God is a monster.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And yeah, and it's yeah, what it is Stockholm syndrome. If you grew up in a Christian household, Christians suffer from Stockholm syndrome.
Yes. And it is also narcissistic abuse. And so from my mental health knowledge of narcissistic abuse, the victim often will defend their abuser, even though the abuser is harming them and making them miserable. They could defend the abuser and for other, like, it's an incredible phenomenon that happens. But I do think that, like, from the mythology that I've researched, Yahweh was jealous and insecure, and, like, he's a sociopathic narcissist, and everything about him and what Christians are preaching is sociopathic. It lacks empathy. It's the opposite of what they, like, love thy neighbor. They don't. It's just, I could go on and on and on, but there is, like, some serious damage that happens to the brain. I feel there's some neuroscience that goes on with this conditioning. And I went to a mass recently, like about a year ago, I was raised Catholic, and I remember being like, I feel the, like, evil, I feel the devil in this building more than I do a benevolent God. So it made no sense to me as a child. I didn't understand, how are all these people following this? How are all these people, like, agreeing and aligning with this and obeying this? Like, this is insanity. That was me at, like, 13, right? But so recently, as an adult, I went to mass, and what the priest does is, and there is actual, like, witchcraft within their rituals. And so there's, like, black magic or dark magic, where they break the person down by telling them you're a sinner, you're born a sinner. They riddle them with guilt. They basically, like, break their fucking spirit and, like, make them feel like complete garbage. Then open up to the light of the Lord. What Lord? That could be Lord Baal. That could be Lord Moloch.
Right.
Who are, like, sociopathic assholes.
Yep. Well, let's finish this. Do you want to finish this with me real quick?
Yeah, sure. I'll try. I'll do my best.
Yeah. So what happens is, Nathan comes, right? So Nathan comes, and he's talking about all the blessings that David would have given. And then he says, why have you despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his sight. You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife, and you have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house, for you have despised me, and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Thus says the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes, and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all of Israel and in broad daylight. And David realizes like he's kind of not a good king. He's kind of a shitty king. And anytime these mass punishments happen, David actually goes, hold on. I did this. I'm the one who messed up. And then God always goes, oh, yeah, you're trying to apologize? And then adds more to it. So David, says, I have sinned against the Lord. Nathan said to David, now the Lord has put away your sin. Because again, according to Deuteronomy 22, he's supposed to be stoned. But he's not going to be. You shall not die. Nevertheless, because by this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord, the child born to you shall die. But that part, and we read that down here, the child suffers for 7 days, and then it dies. But the part that I want to focus on, because I normally focus on the child, but I want to focus on the wives. I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. And this comes to pass when we go to chapter 16, and to make it even worse, it's David's son Absalom who does this. And so we'll go down here and we will read where David is on the run. Absalom has come into the palace. David is running, is trying to save his own life. Absalom's trying to usurp the throne, and Absalom said to Ahithophel, give us your counsel. What shall we do? Ahithophel says to Absalom, again, Absalom here is David's son. These women, these wives, there were 10 of them. These wives are like stepmothers to him. They viewed him as a child. He viewed them as his mother. Go into your father's concubines, the one he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who were with you will be strengthened. So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all of Israel. So,
I mean, like Stephen King doesn't even make this level of evil shit up. Like it's just it's asinine. And what doesn't make any sense to me is that someone can listen to this and willingly, with free will, choose, because they're all about free will, right? Choose to like take this in as truth and worship that God and think that that God is good, and then truly believe that they are part of something good. In your studies, because you seem very well versed, and I'm incredibly impressed with your skill level of just like retaining knowledge and having references, and you bring the receipts, and you are an amazing debater. I'm just so like, holy shit. But what else do you know about King Solomon? Because in my research, he mastered binding spells, and he was into the occult, into witchcraft, into sorcery. And that there's a story of him binding a goddess named Astarte, but changing her name to Ashtoreth and changing her gender. And Ashtoreth was written into the Bible as a demon. And so do you have any references to that story?
Yeah, so there's quite a bit to Solomon. I'd have to go back and research those. I haven't read about those for quite a bit. But yeah, there is a little bit of like occult stuff that is in there. So for example, the ancient world believed like blood. Oh man, my camera's acting up. The ancient world believed like blood was the life force, right? Like your soul was in your blood, which is why when Cain kills Abel, it's not that Cain's spirit came up and cried out, his blood cried out. And it's one reason why when it comes to sacrifices, why a blood sacrifice is needed, because it is kind of like that occult. Blood has a meaning, stuff like that. So yeah, you're definitely onto something. I gave you a follow on TikTok. Give me a follow back, and I'll definitely follow up with you on that, and I'll definitely shoot you some verses about that.
All right. Thank you for having me up. I am just thrilled I came across you. You are what I would consider a Jedi. Last thing I want to say, my name is Dragon Jedi because I want to combine the fire of dragons with the skill level of a Jedi. The mental strategies is where this is warfare. This is like, I know that you're an atheist, but there is like a level of warfare at play, and you are slaying like a very epic Jedi, and I'm honored to have met you and come up on your platform. Thank you for having me.
Nice. Let me give you some other creators. First of all, if you're not already, go into my link tree. It's in my profile. Go into my link tree. Join the Deconstruction Junction Discord. It's Deconstruction Discord. Also look into following. I don't know if you're following Deconstruction Zone, but that's Justin. Give Justin a follow. Give Thinker a follow. There's Thinker you could give. I'm a mythicist personally, so one of my really good friends is Jaron, Christ Before Jesus. He actually wrote a book about mythicism. But join the Discord. There's a lot of awesome creators in there, and we have an amazing community in there. So go in there, and you can chat up with any one of us. So
thank you. I feel very, very grateful for the invite and grateful to have met you tonight. Have a wonderful night.
All right, you too. Take care.
Right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Let's give sorry, the name slipped my mind. Let's give Dragon Jedi some W's in there. Some massive W's. And Sarah, come on up. Let's give Sarah an invite. Sarah is doing a lot of chatting. So let's give Sarah an invite. And then Sarah will probably be the, there we go.
Hi, Sarah. What is your age, please?
I'm like in my 30s.
Perfect. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. And so,
All right.
why is your god a sick monster?
Well, what I'm more thing is because I was noticing in chat you were talking about slavery in chat.
Yeah, that among other things. But yeah, that's one of the first things I mentioned.
Okay. Yeah. Did you know God commanded slavery?
Did you know that his original version of slavery was meant to pay off a debt or give women who didn't have any other way to make a living for them to have a way to make a living, like become a maid or a servant in some sort of high up household?
Oh, what's your evidence of that?
The Bible. It spells it out.
Yeah, so we'll talk about this real fast because that's not true. So we'll cover this real fast. It's not hard. How's your ankles doing? Because they're about to get absolutely wrecked, and I don't think you'll ever debate again after this.
Well, we'll see. Give me 1 second.
And for the chat, Cypher, what is the book and verse?
We're in Exodus 21.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep, we'll be in. So this one, I will say them down. If you're looking to write these down, write them down because I'm going to be hopping around a bit with this.
Sorry about that. I just had to go grab my Bible.
All right. So where we're going to be at is in Exodus 21. And I'll have it up on screen so you can read it up on the screen.
What version are you reading? Just curious.
It's the NRSVUE. What version
Oh,
do
that
you read?
explains a lot. Well, I have two ones. I read the Moffat Bible, and then I also read the King James Companion Bible.
Why would anybody read the King James version? That's a horrible Bible.
The Companion Bible points out a lot of the mistranslations, and it's actually, the closer you are to the original source, the better. But it points out a lot of the mistranslations and words that are verses that are connected, and just a lot of historical information, things like that.
Do you know when the King James version was written?
Yeah, it was like, like the 1600s, something
1611.
like that.
We found a lot more Hebrew manuscripts since then.
Yeah, that's why I mostly read the Moffat Bible. It was translated about 100 years ago.
Yeah, hold on, I'm doing this.
Most people just haven't even heard of it because back then it was King James or nothing, so it pretty much got forgotten.
Well, yeah, because it's a horrible Bible. Like, don't read the King James.
No, I meant the Moffat Bible. The Moffat Bible was translated about 100 years ago, but most people haven't even heard of it.
So yeah, if you ever go to like Bible school or seminary, they're probably going to give you either the Oxford or the NRSVUE. These are the Bibles that they're going to have you use. If you go in there with the King James version, they're going to throw it out back and you'll do a barbecue roast on it later on because it's just trash. But what we're going to read is, so first of all, in your Bible, are you reading the King James right now? Or what version are you reading?
I got both of them here.
All right. So do you know what the Hebrew word for slave and servant is?
Yes, I do. I have a Strong's Concordance.
Well, don't use a Strong's Concordance either. Use a Brown Driver Briggs Concordance. The Strong's Concordance was literally made just for the King James. It is the concordance for the King James Version. And the King James Version was made with biases. So the reason why your version in the King James, it's always going to use the word servant, is because King James, and you can look this up, King James put like 40 rules on the translation of it. And one of those rules was the word slaves, when it referred to like people of other nations and stuff, was not allowed to be used. He didn't want the word slave in there because he felt like it'd reflect bad on him as a king. So he put 40 rules into the translation of the King James Version. These were things they could not do or add or say. Anyways, so the word is aved. And aved means both servant and slave, but the context on how it's used is what matters. So what we're going to cover first is, first we're going to cover Exodus 21, and we're going to go to verse 2. And verse 2 is going to say, when you buy and the qualifier here is male Hebrew slave, but the important qualifier here is going to be male Hebrew. This is the important qualifier. He shall serve 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person, without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, meaning let's say I go in single and my master gives me a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and the children are her master's, and he shall go out alone, meaning they don't get to go out alone. Right, so this means they are permanent slaves. It's not a debt slavery anymore.
That's usually because the woman usually has a debt that she's still paying off, or some other kind of thing like that, because she was obviously
hold up. Where in the law, and I'm going to put a burden on you, where in the law does it say a woman can go into debt slavery? We read where a male...
It says right here. It says when you buy a Hebrew slave.
Hold on. There's a qualifier there. There's a qualifier there when you buy a male Hebrew slave.
That word was added. That word wasn't in the original. It
wasn't. Do you want to go see what the Dead Sea Scrolls say about this? The Dead Sea Scrolls were found. Let's go see. I'm not even sure if this is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's go see if Exodus.
I'm
Exodus.
reading this from my Moffat Bible, and when the Moffat Bible was translated, it was not translated from the King James. It was translated from the original Hebrew and Greek manuscripts. Dr. Moffat was the top expert on Greek in his days. Like literally, he was the top expert.
Hold on. What language do you think the Old Testament was written in?
The Old Testament was a Hebrew, and then the New Testament was written in Greek and a little bit of Aramaic.
Huh?
The Old Testament was written in Hebrew, and then the New Testament was written in Greek and a little bit of Aramaic mixed in here and there.
Yeah.
Like most of what Jesus spoke was Aramaic.
Yep. Because see, the reason why is so it's when a male Hebrew slaves, and then the wife goes out, right? Now when we go down here, the wife bears them sons or daughters. They stay the masters. Now here's where the debt service that you're thinking doesn't make sense. So this is where the debt service is going to fall apart. But if the slave declares, so he's gone free, or he has the opportunity to go free. But the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children. I will not go out a free person. Then his master shall bring him before God. He shall be brought to the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. Meaning that if he wants to stay with his family, he has to serve for life.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. And
correct. So he doesn't go out a free person. Now, when we read in verse 7, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the males do. Meaning she doesn't go out on the 6th year or on the 7th year. She doesn't go out.
Yeah.
Right? She's a slave forever.
Yes. See, listen, back in the day, women weren't allowed to have jobs, right? They had to get married, and that was just the thing. So if a woman wasn't desirable or had no way to be married, one of her options was to be sold as into servitude, and that was
hold on. Do you think women hold on? Do you think women had a choice in their marriage?
Sometimes it depended on the family,
they had
of course,
they had no say. They were contracted marriages.
Yes.
Why do you think in hold on? Why do you think in Deuteronomy, if a virgin who's not promised to be married is graped, why do you think she had to stay with her grapist?
Oh, that's not what it says. That word was changed also. It's supposed to be ravished. It was a biblical shotgun wedding. It's talking about two lovers who were caught before they were married.
No, that's not what it talks about. That's not what it means.
That's exactly what it says.
Oh yeah, we'll go look at it. We'll go look at it here. But before we go look at that,
I'm not going to say that in yours. It's in the Moffat Bible.
Yeah, it's a horrible translation. But what we're going to read now is we're going to go to Leviticus 25, and in Leviticus 25.
So you want to believe the translation you have because it proves God's some evil thing. But if I show you the proper translation,
because it's a scholarly edition. It's a scholarly edition that has had a lot more transcripts that have gone into its translation.
Okay, well, do you know anything about the Moffat Bible or who wrote it or what went into it?
Yeah, when was it written?
About 100 years ago.
Yeah, and do you think we found a lot more transcripts since then and manuscripts? Do you think we've learned a bit more about Hebrew since then?
Nothing that has changed what has already,
so we'll cover that. We'll cover that here in a little bit. So we'll go to Leviticus 25. And so the issue that you're going to run into in Leviticus 25 is we're talking about the Jubilee. Right now, the way debt servitude worked. Do you know how debt servitude worked?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you walk me through the process?
It was pretty much summed up well in the last verses that you went over. Sometimes the years would be different depending on the person.
No, it was a stepped process that is outlined. We'll go over that because you don't know. So we'll go over that. So, first of all, we can agree that kin, whenever it talks about kin, it's talking about family, right? Or somebody close, right? Yeah. So the way it works is, first of all, in verse 25, we get, if any of your kin falls into difficulty and sells a piece of property, then the next of kin shall come and redeem what the relative has sold.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking.
So what this means is, let's say Rolly is my sibling. I
Mhm.
sell property to get money because I'm poor.
Yeah.
So I sell property to get money, and then Rolly, as my sibling or as a family member, as kin, is obligated to go pay for that land, and then on the Jubilee, I get it back. Rolly just gives it back, right? Now, let's say I have sold my property and I am still struggling, right? If I've sold my property and I'm still struggling, then, so I fell into difficulty, right? We read about that up here. If any of your kin falls into difficulty, right?
Yeah.
So again, we're going to come here. If your kin, put that back in red, falls into difficulty, because we're going to make sure things line up here. So I fell into difficulty, but that's not enough. So then I become, let me get that. I become dependent on my kin. So I have sold my property, so I fell into difficulty. That's not enough. So now I am becoming dependent, right?
Uh-huh.
That means instead of selling my property, I now take a loan from my kin. I'm not dependent yet. I'm not a eved yet. I'm not a bond servant yet. I just took a loan, right? Now, let's say that's still not enough. So I am now dependent, right? I had that as blue. I'm dependent, but now I become so impoverished that I sell themselves. So I sell myself, right? And this one here, we'll make this one yellow, and then we'll go back to red, right? But it says here, I sell themselves, but it strictly says, you shall not make them serve as slaves, right? So you shall not make them serve as slaves. Why do you think it words it that you shall not serve them as slaves, but then it says they shall remain with you as bound or hired laborers? Why do you think it has to specify that I'm not to serve as a slave, but as a bound hired laborer?
Because they're well, because for one, it was a kin, not just someone who was just buying a Hebrew slave that wasn't a Hebrew. And
what Bible did you say you use? What's the name of it?
the Moffat Bible. It was
Okay,
translated by Dr. James Moffat back in like the early 1900s. I think it was actually, let's see, it says it here.
Why is it? Is it
Finish.
like the?
It's Moffatt.
Yeah, why is it not popping up? Does it go by another name? Sometimes these go by other names.
It's usually called the James Moffat translation. There's, I've always just called it the Moffat Bibles. Yeah.
All right, but the question is though, so yeah, it was printed in 1913. But why is it specifying though the difference between a servant and a slave here? Why is it actually making that distinction? These you may not treat as slaves.
Because they were kin. It was, the rules were a little bit different for someone who was buying making an agreement with a Hebrew who wasn't a Hebrew. Does that make sense?
Wait. What's how can you make a deal with a Hebrew who's not a Hebrew? What is a Hebrew who's not a Hebrew?
I mean, there was other people with the Gentiles. If a Gentile was buying a Hebrew or making an agreement with a Hebrew,
was that allowed?
They would be considered
was that
slaves.
hold on? Was that allowed?
Yeah, that's why it specified
that
in
wasn't
the last
allowed.
verses that we were
That
talking about.
wasn't
If you were
allowed.
buying a Hebrew slave.
That wasn't allowed. We'll read that though. So where we have is so hold on. So let's say a Hebrew acquired a Gentile. Could they treat them differently?
No. That's you reversed it. If a Gentile was buying a Hebrew slave.
Can you find me where that's allowed? Show me the scripture where that's allowed.
You just read it in Exodus 21 when was it Exodus 21 where it was talking about when you buy a Hebrew slave.
Who is Exodus written for?
Well, the whole Bible was really written for God's people, but the Gentiles were added in after Jesus
Yeah,
was
so when
crucified.
Exodus is being written, who's it for?
The Hebrews, yeah.
Yeah, so can you show me so if it's written for the Hebrews, it's assumed, right? And I don't know if you've learned how to do hermeneutics. I don't know if you know what hermeneutics are or how to do hermeneutics, but the way we do hermeneutics, okay, so the way we do hermeneutics is, proper hermeneutics is, you take a look at a book and you have to actually look at it in context. So you have to look at who is it written to, like who's it for? So it's for the Israelites, right?
Okay, I think I get what you're
when
saying.
we
I
read
didn't know
it,
that's what it's called.
we assume that anytime it mentions you, it is for the Israelites. The you are the Israelites. It's nobody else but the Israelites. So again, I just need you to find me a verse. Well, where you just need to show me anywhere in the scripture where you is referencing, in the Old Testament, where you is referencing Gentiles.
There's many places when Jesus is talking to.
No, I said in the Old Testament, not the New Testament, the Old Testament. Because
Okay,
you just said it was written for the Israelites.
Yes, but if the instructions were for someone buying a Hebrew slave, why would it make the distinction of the Hebrews if they already know that it's
because
just
it didn't apply, because it doesn't, because the proper wordage is Mel Hebrew, right? It never said just Hebrew. It was Mel Hebrew, right? When you buy a male Hebrew, which is why later on it specifies a female Hebrew, right? We get the specification, right? Only the men gotta go out free. The women didn't go out free. They were for life, which is why it's important that we mention that, because it's not just Hebrews when you buy a male Hebrew. Right, and it also clarifies, it's also clarifying, let's say the translation doesn't say male. It is specifying that when you buy a male Hebrew, when you buy a Hebrew, let's say I grant you that male's not in there. Let's say it just says when you buy a Hebrew, right? They go free on the Jubilee, right? Which is what we're reading here. That's what we're reading here. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished, they sell themselves to you, in red, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the Jubilee. So how long do these people serve for?
Yeah,
how
I
long
see
do
where
the
the confusion
kin?
happen. These people in these verses where it says you, these are the people who are buying their kin, and that's what I was saying. That's why it says you, because it is talking to the Hebrew, and that's why it says your kin. When you're buying your kin, this is the rules. But if someone else is buying a Hebrew, the rules are a little different.
They're not different, because God states here. Do you know why the Hebrews? Because it states here, and we'll read it. We'll read this, right? So it makes it clear here. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. And kin means anybody that's a Hebrew, right? Anybody that's an Israelite is part of the kin, right? It's not referencing Gentiles. Then they and their children shall go out with you from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return their ancestral family. And here's the reason why. And here's the reason why this doesn't apply to Gentiles. Gentiles were not permitted.
I'm not saying these ones applied to the Gentiles. The ones in Exodus applied.
No, they don't. I'll show you why.
Okay.
Because again, when we do hermeneutics or exegesis, we have to do them from the perspective of who the book was written to. Who was Exodus written to?
Right, I'm with you. But again,
who was it written to?
The Hebrews. But again, that's why in Exodus it specifies when someone's buying a Hebrew, when you buy a Hebrew male.
Yeah, but when it says when, okay, we'll go back to Exodus 21. Hold on, we'll go back to Exodus. Hold on, we'll go back to Exodus 21 real fast. right?
Yeah, what I'm saying is Exodus 21's and the last verse is it was Leviticus, right?
No, we got to make this very clear on
Right, because
who
we're
Exodus
definitely
is
getting
written
mixed
to.
up.
So we're going to make this very, very clear, right? Because you got to remember, when is Moses receiving this law?
You mean like the specific date? I don't remember, but it was like.
Well, where's he at? Where's he at?
He's on Mount.
He's on Mount Sinai,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So when he's on Mount Sinai, it makes it clear.
I'm not.
I'll tell you how we. And I'll say that how we know that these are for the Israelites, right?
Yeah,
So,
I know. I'm not arguing on that. I think we're.
Well, but
we're
you
really
are,
getting
because
our
you're
wires
trying to
crossed.
say that this you right here. You're trying to say that this you right here that's in green. You're trying to say that this you can also include Gentiles. It doesn't. It only includes. It doesn't. It says when Moses is receiving these laws from God, it says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, these are the ordinances shall be set before them. Who's this them right here? Who is this?
Yeah, it's the Hebrews. And this is the rules that they are to follow when they're selling themselves into slavery for someone who's not a Hebrew.
Well, yeah. No. Well, hold on. So we got to make it clear. So these are the ordinances. So Moses is being told, when you go back down, because he's receiving all of these. In the previous chapter, he received the 10 Commandments, right? Now, in this one, we're clarifying what the 10 Commandments mean, right? What's allowed. So we're going to get a whole list of laws. So these are the ordinances you shall set before them. The them are the Israelites, right? The Israelites. So when you, the Israelite, when an Israelite buys a male Hebrew, do you think all Hebrews were Israelites?
Yeah.
No.
But not all Israelites
Hebrews were a group of people.
Well, actually, no, that's not true.
All Israelites were Hebrew. Not all Hebrews were Israelite, right? So what did it? But all Hebrews were God's chosen people, correct?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Until
So
later
when
on,
you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years. Blah 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 blah. Now we'll go back over here to Leviticus, and the reason why they get to go free, all Hebrews, all Israelites, the reason why they go free after the 7 years is because, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are. Right? So God right here clearly states that slaves, that Israelites and Hebrews will never be sold as slaves are sold. Why? Because we are God's slaves, essentially. That's what it means. We're God's servants. However, what it says, though, what it does, and I'll show you why. We'll show you why.
Well, there's a lot bigger picture to that you're not aware of, I'm sure.
I'm Jewish. I'm aware of the history of my ancestors.
Oh, that explains a lot. You know the Jews at the end time, the ones who claim to be Jews, are actually Kenites, right?
Where'd you get that from, you anti-Semite?
Revelation freaking chapter 2 verse 9 and Revelation 3 verse 9. I can read it to you if you want.
Well, I don't care because you're a fucking anti-Semite, but we're gonna push through to this, right?
Welcome in, Mesoraid.
Oh, Mesoraid, thank you all for coming in. Let's tap that screen, share the live. Yeah, we did get a Mezzo raid. I appreciate the fuck out of Mezzo for sending this raid. Thank you so much. Also, if you're coming in with the Mezzo raid, also don't be afraid to hop on YouTube. Go give me a follow on YouTube. Even if you hop out of here real quick to go give me a follow on YouTube, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm trying to get to my 1,000, and I'm trying to boost my watch hours on YouTube as well. Link to that is in the link tree. But we're gonna.
Or you can just search it on YouTube. It's the same name. It's under Cyber Deconstruction, And also,
Yep.
it looks much better on YouTube.
So anyways, so it says, these are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves or sold. Why? Because we're God's slaves. That's why. You shall not rule over them with heart. And then we get a shift. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire as male or female slaves. You may acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from the families who have been born in your land. They may be your property. Right? So they may be your property.
Those are
You,
Kenites and stuff that was...
You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. So these don't go free after 7 years. These are property forever. They're property forever. They never go free. Nowhere in here does it say there's a debt service to be paid. And we get another qualifier. These you may treat as slaves. Now, the reason why we know this isn't talking about Gentiles, right? The reason why we know that Gentiles aren't part of this, as far as being the ones to buy. The Gentiles are not the owners. The way we know it's not the Gentiles as the owners, but for your fellow Israelites. So that's how we know that all of the Torah is written only for the Israelites, because it mentions, but for your fellow Israelites. Gentiles aren't fellow Israelites. That's not how that works. So the question you now have to ask is, why is it that the Israelites shall not be made to serve as slaves, but the people that are not Israelites may be treated as slaves? Make that make sense.
Because that's just how it was in ancient cultures, all ancient cultures, not just
but God commanded. Hold on. I'm not. Hold on.
Hey, are you going to let me finish? Let me answer.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is you're contradicting But you're contradicting what you said. You said that all slaves were on debt servitude.
Yeah, well, I was talking about the verses that you were talking about.
Oh, so only the Hebrew. Okay, so yes, we agree then. Only the male Hebrews are in debt servitude. So this is actual chattel slavery then. So this is chattel slavery?
No. Period. What it is people given the choice, hey, do you want to just, that's how it was when a country
Hold on, where does it say they get a choice? Where do they get a choice?
People were assimilated into the culture, and they usually became slaves or they became farmers or maids in the
where's that found?
Or whatever.
Hold on, where's that in text? Oh, man, you're about to get.
I'm talking.
You have not read. You have not read. Well, this is God's command, though. I'm not talking about what other ancient cultures did. I can forgive men for being horrible to other people. We as humans are horrible to each other. I can understand that. What I can't forgive is a God commanding slavery, allowing slavery, right? Now, let's go and show you where God commands slavery and where slavery is not a choice.
Yeah, well, you're missing a lot of bigger issues here. Like the fact that a lot of things that happen in pretty much this whole world, even including Adam.
Well, I'm not worried about what
supposed to be.
Well, that's not true.
And I'm not talking about the original sin doctrine, because that's a bunch of bullshit. Satan was the one who brought sin to the world, not Adam.
Well, no, God brought sin.
No, that was Satan. The first Earth age was destroyed.
Who created Satan? Who created Satan? Who created
God,
Satan?
And he created him perfect. He was perfect in all his ways.
Hold on. Jesus. No, what does Jesus say about Satan? Have you read what Jesus says about Satan?
Yeah, he was the father of all lies from the beginning of this Earth age.
So where do you get the idea that Lucifer was created perfect? Where's that in Scripture?
It's in Isaiah 14, or maybe it was Ezekiel 28. I'll read it for you. Give me just 1 second. I'm turning to it right now.
Because then you're going to be calling Jesus a liar.
No, because you don't understand the difference between the first Earth Age and the second Earth Age. We're in the second Earth Age now.
No, I'm saying that you're gonna say, if you're going to quote one of the prophets in the Old Testament and you're gonna pit them against Jesus, only one of their words can be true.
Yeah, and they're both true. Okay, because
they can't both be true. That's a contradiction, and contradictions
No,
can
it's-
exist.
No, it's because you're not understanding what I'm saying. Okay, listen.
No,
When
you're just a loony.
No, when a child is born, they're born innocent, right? But they can be corrupted and turn bad later on, right?
Hold on,
I mean,
was Lucifer a child?
Yeah, he was the son of God. He was the covering cherub that protected God's throne until pride went to
Hold
his
on.
head and he
Angels were children?
Yeah, I don't mean literal children. I don't mean like babies. I'm talking about when he was created, just like all of us when we were angels, we're totally perfect and without sin at all. It says, this is Isaiah 14, verse 13. Whenever the chapters are specifically about Satan, he's always identified in verse 13.
No, he's not.
It says, yes, he is. That's why the Antichrist chapter in Revelation is 13. For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, and I will exalt my throne above all the stars of God, and I will sit also on the mount of the congregation on the side of the north, and I will ascend above the high of the. It's in Ezekiel 28.
Hold on. Question for you. You believe that the serpent is Satan, right? Hold on. You believe the serpent Satan? Yeah. What verse do you think Satan's first mentioned in?
In Genesis, but that was
hold on. What verse? What verse in Genesis? What verse in Genesis, Mrs. Lucifer's always mentioned in verse 13?
I said the chapters that are specifically talking about Satan. The verses in Genesis and stuff were not specifically talking about Satan alone.
Oh, so Satan wasn't the serpent?
That's not what I said at all. That's not even close to what I said. I said
that
the chapters that are specific. No, Satan is the serpent. But I said the chapters that are specifically talking about Satan alone.
So which chapter in Isaiah are you talking about? What chapter in Isaiah are you talking about then?
It was chapter 14, but it's the one in
Ezekiel so it's not chapter 13 then. So it's not chapter 13. So you're just lying. You just don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Oh, so hold on. So is it always the chapter or is it the verse? Rude. No, you're being dumb.
It's the verse. He's always identified in the 13th verse, just like Ezekiel 28, verse 13. Thou hast been in the Garden of Eden. Okay? God, the Garden of God. Every precious stone was covering.
What about Satan and Job?
Blah, blah, blah. Here,
what about? Hold on. What about in Job? What about in Job?
Here, that wasn't talking about Satan alone. That was talking about Job. That was Job versus Satan. That wasn't talking about Satan alone.
Hold on. Have you not read verse 7? The Lord said to Satan, from where have you come? Satan answered the Lord.
You're missing what I'm saying.
No, you just don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying every single verse that talks about Satan is the 13th. I said in the chapters where Satan is mentioned alone, the chapters that are specifically talking about Satan, which is Ezekiel 28, Ezekiel 14, and a couple other places. And yes, in Revelation 13, the whole chapter is about him, and he's once again identified in verse 13. So Revelation 13:13. Okay? But yes. So anyway, God says that the workmanship of the cherubs.
Hold on. Stop. Hold on, stop. I'm going to mute you. Do you know what Isaiah 14's about?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we're going to go read it because you don't. You dumb fuck.
I'm reading Ezekiel now.
No, we're going to go back to Isaiah 14 because you don't know what it's about. And
yeah, I'm sure that you are going to educate me though, right?
Yeah, we are. So Isaiah 14, do you know what it's about? Do you have any idea what it's about?
Yeah, it's talking about the king of Babylon and stuff, and it's specifically talking about It's actually Satan. This is one of the types, one of the
It's
physical
not
types that
talking
God
about.
used to
So what
represent
we're
Satan.
getting, so it's talking about the downfall. First we get in verse 14, the restoration of Judah, right? And then we're going to get the downfall of Babylon. So when the Lord has given you rest from your pain and turmoil and the hard service with which you were made to serve, you'll be taken up this taunt against the king of Babylon. How the oppressor has ceased. How his insolence has ceased. Because they're making fun of Babylon. Because Babylon is going to fall, and they're making fun of Babylon. It's not about
You do know there's a
Lucifer.
Babylon at the end generation too, right? That's what this is talking about.
No,
The
Babylon doesn't
of the
exist.
end
Babylon doesn't exist. Babylon
Not
doesn't
yet.
exist. These can never come true. Who's Babylon?
There's
Where's Babylon?
31 end time prophecies happening right now, including
There's
ones
not
in
a
nature.
one. There's not a one.
Yeah,
Can you
the Dead
can you
Seas
can
come
you
back to
find?
life.
Hold on. Show me. Wait, what?
Google the sinkholes around the Dead Sea, and they have fish in them. The desert's coming back to life, just like God predicted in
No,
Ezekiel. Look
there's
it up.
not.
Look it up.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
there
actually
is.
cooked somebody
Google
on
the
this the other
sinkholes.
day. Yeah. Go. What I want you to do. Okay, so do you know why Dead Seas are called Dead Seas?
Yeah, because it's got salt.
But
Look
why?
up
Why
a-
is it? Hold on. Why is there salt though? Why?
Well, that's a long story. It's in the Bible. Friggin'
No. Because
God's
we
and that whole
you
area
live
was
in. I'm
destroyed.
assuming you live in the U.S., right?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know we have a Dead Sea in the U.S.?
Yeah, well, that's got nothing. That's not what God was talking about, though. He's talking about the Dead Sea in Israel.
No. Do you know? No, I'm talking about Dead Sea in general. In
Okay, well, I'm
general,
not.
do you know what a Dead Sea is?
Yeah, it's something. It doesn't have life. It doesn't have the ability to
Why?
sustain life.
Why? We know why. Why don't they?
Well, it's usually because they have such high salt content or
Why?
something like that. They're polluted
Why
or
do they
something.
have high salt content?
Dude, I don't know what you're wanting from me.
Okay, they have high salt content because they have an inlet but no outlet, right? All water has salt in it, right? So they can take the water in, but there's no exit for the water to come out. So when the water goes in, it carries the salt with it, and the lake that it makes becomes highly salinated.
Okay, yeah.
Because the salt can't go anywhere, right? It can't leave.
Cool.
So
And
it
that's got
becomes
nothing to
salt,
do
right?
with-
Now, what you do is when you go look at and thus it becomes so much salt in there that water or that fish can't survive. Now, what I want you to do is go watch those videos, because what you were watching was a video where they were talking about like, oh, look at this life,
I'm
and they
not
showed
talking
you.
about a video, dude. I'm talking about an article from the frickin', I think it was Cambridge University back in 2015. Went into the Dead Sea and found 15-meter sinkholes inside of it, and there's ones opening up all around the outsides. Rivers are now opening up to it that are letting in fresh water. This has been going on since 2015.
Let's see if
I
this
might
this
be wrong
pops up
about the
true.
university, but yeah, Google the sinkholes that are popping up around the Dead Sea stuff. They've even got fish in them.
They don't. If you go watch those
I've
videos,
seen pictures of it. I've
yeah,
seen
and what I
pictures
want
of
you to
in the
do,
news
hold on,
articles.
listen, what I
There's like
want you
3
to
different
do,
articles about
what
it.
I want you to do is next time you look at one of those pictures, as a matter of fact, I can just
And
show
that's just
you.
one.
I'll show you a video where they talk about this, because what you need to do is look at the pictures, and what you will see is that the areas they are showing you have no salt on the line. They're showing you tributaries into the Dead Sea, which are fresh water, because the only time it becomes an issue is once they're in the Dead Sea, because the water can't exit. That's where the salt's at. So, but when they're showing you, you'll look up on the beaches because they show you the shore. There's no salt on the shoreline, meaning they're not showing you stuff in the Dead Sea. They're showing you the freshwater stuff. So, right?
Yeah, around it, and that's now flowing into it. And the
There's
desert's
always
coming
been
back to life.
there's always been animals in the tributaries going into the Dead Sea. That's not new.
Yeah,
The
but
rivers-
the sinkholes and everything else that are appearing are. And that's just one of the prophecies. Freaking, the Argentina River and rivers up in Russia and stuff have turned red. I know the Nile thing was a hoax, but this is happening, and this is just one of many. Freaking the whole one world freaking economy is happening. Have you ever heard of WorldCoin and all the stuff that's going on with AI? That was also predicted by the Bible. Read Revelation 13 verses 14 and 15.
Oh, she's gone.
That's a conspiracy.
Listen, buddy, I'm in charge now. Unfortunately, I can't friends with the scramblers of the dark
It's only our
source.
viewers, very Android viewers, but you are anti-brain cell.
Well, she was okay. So here's what I'm talking about. So here's what I'm talking about. So I'm not gonna play the video, but I'll show you what is around the Dead Sea. So right here, if you look, this is the Dead Sea, and if you look around, you'll see all this white. This white are salt deposits, right? So those are salt deposits. Right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go...
Cyber.
Yeah?
Cyber.
What?
She left.
I kicked her.
Oh.
Yeah, like I said, you guys are on the panel, so when I play the sound effects, you can't hear them.
I just muted her. I was done.
So now, what we have here is a tributary, right? Now, when you look at this tributary, you'll notice that there's none of the salt buildup, right? None of the salt buildup there. Oh, let me move it. See if we can move that over real quick.
Bob, they definitely weren't right. Pay attention.
So you'll notice there's no salt buildup, right? And this is the area that they are going to go find fish in. This is okay to find fish in. This is not have too much salt for fish to be in it. This is okay. Fish have always been in here. There's never been a point when fish have never been in here, right? That's ridiculous. Fish can be in here. It's been okay. And what you're going to see is as we go on further, is we'll show you here. Oop. So right here, they're going to point out where there's fish in there. Now notice how there is no salt. There's no salt on these shores. Why? Because it's not part of the Dead Sea. It's a different location. They're lying to you. They're trying to say, look, the Dead Sea. But this isn't the Dead Sea. Because as I showed you earlier, the Dead Sea has salt all around it. There's no salt. Like, so if you think that the pictures of fish being in here are real, they're lying to you. It's not true. In fact, we'll go even further. Again, from here on out. So this here, you'll see the salt all around it. But once we get into here, no more salt. Why? Because there's someplace different. No salt. Someplace completely different. So then when they start showing you these animals, again, no salt. Like if you, like there's no salt. They're not at the Dead Sea. They're not at the Dead Sea. They're at a different location.
Plus, she wouldn't have been able to be swimming vertically because of the salt content. She would have been floating. Just from sheer density. And Miss Universe, I saw your comment. That shit was fucking hilarious. She was more scattered than the 12 scribes.
Like, oi gavalt, oi vey. I don't even know if that deserves an oi vey, but that was a headache.
Buoyancy, yeah. That shit.
Yes.
Let's do one more.
We can do one more. If you want to bring up one more.
Hey, we gotta get your hours in. So.
Tell me, how was your sick monster?
All right, Bob. What is your age, please?
I don't care, Monica. Tell me, how's he bad?
Very cool. What is your age, please?
Old enough, but how's your sick monster? I'm younger than you. I know more than you. This is dumb.
Yeah, I can give you that. Do you ever think that it is okay for a woman who was raped to be forced to marry her the rapist?
I mean, no, but it never says that you need to.
It does. We'll go read it.
All right, go on.
Yeah. Have you read Deuteronomy 22?
Nope.
Yeah, so Deuteronomy 22:28. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the woman's father. The 50 shekels of silver is the bride price. And she shall become his wife because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives.
So what book is that?
That's in Deuteronomy.
Like,
Have you not read your scriptures? Of course they haven't.
Moderator announcement. Moderators, I need you to be on your A game in chat. I literally just had to block and mute a follower of the mustache man spamming a certain flag in chat with emotes. So pay attention to chat. Make sure that we get these anti-Semite Malachias out and keep the chat safe.
Oh yeah, and Hanji, I don't know if you heard. I think it was before you came in, but that last guest also said that the Jews today are Canaanites.
I heard that shit, and the way I wanted to smack her through my fucking phone.
Cyber, do you have any mod spots open?
I don't think so. I'll go back and look after we get done with this live. We'll be done. So normally what happens is, here's what happens. People will come in and she probably triggered it. You'll get Schnazi raids. So the best thing, so the best thing to do is we don't mute. It's just gonna require the mods to focus on just blocking. Luckily, I have most of the dog whistles are on the ban list. But let me see here.
They should have taken a screenshot so you could see, like, these fuckers are getting creative.
They do.
But one of the things that we can do is we can see who they are because we can see who's blocked. So we can kind of work with that way.
Yep.
Okay.
So
exactly,
Bob,
Lip, it did.
So Bob, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, Deuteronomy 22:28-29, God states that, and it's not a punishment for the woman. It's a punishment for the rapist. Apparently, we're punishing the rapist by making him stay with the person that he raped. So are you okay with this?
I didn't say I was okay with it, but I mean, if it's in the Bible, it's not. Go give another example.
Wait, what?
No, keep going. No, you keep going. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, so you're perfectly chill with God saying, "Hey, go grape women because they got to stay with you." You're chill with that.
And is that in the Christian Bible? That one?
It is in the Christian Bible. Yeah, you open up your Bible, it's going to be right there in Deuteronomy 22.
By Zeus. Didn't we already went through this with him?
Yeah, I don't know why he's gone.
Sweepy,
I
you
haven't
didn't
brought up.
I know. it's just gonna it's it's baby Apollos all the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Or should I say Hephaestus? Yeah, baby Hephaestus is all the way down. That's more accurate.
What verse is it again? I'm gonna go look in my Bible.
Oh yeah, let me get it brought back up. Well, that is that is Justin's cheat sheet, by the way. If you didn't know, that's Justin's cheat sheet. If you're curious, if you took a quick screenshot of it, it's Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29. I mean, I have it on the screen. Like, what, you think your Bible's like magically not gonna have it? You goofy.
So, Cyber, I have a question for you.
Yep.
What is 3 plus 3 times 0?
A 0.
Wrong.
Oh, wait, hold on. It'd be a 6. Because order of operations, the 0 would go first, so it'd be 6.
Be 3.
Oh, it would, because, yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, you there? Is it in your Bible?
Yeah, but I was reading more into it, and then it said, because after you have sex with a woman, you need to marry them. Like, that's the thing that you have to do. So
Yeah,
they're not
but
doing it.
he's graping her though. It's not consensual.
Yeah, I know, but it's still sex, you know. So they have to get married in the.
Yeah, so why is God
They
commanding
don't even stay
it,
together,
though?
but I mean,
Yeah, why is God?
Married.
Yeah, I can understand humans being disgusting and putting the value of a woman on this, but why is God putting the value of the woman on this? Why is God commanding this?
Because it's a commandment to you don't have sex till you're married, but then if you already done it, you got to get married after. That's what they. Or if you have a kid.
Yeah, but why is God commanding the woman to stay with her rapist? That's the question.
Already said because you have to get married after you have a kid or you have
Holy
sex.
shit. May the FBI find you. You sick Malakia. Either that or you're really not comprehending.
Find you.
Yes, I said it.
Shut the
Yep,
fuck up.
sure did. Suck my dick, bitch. Because at the end of
Shut
the
up,
day,
you
you're
gay
over
fuck.
here defending a deity that literally allows victims who marry and stay forever with the person who violated them. I hope you do not have sisters, and I hope that you don't fucking breed, because you are
And
a
you're
piece of shit
32,
human being.
fucking on a live stream with nothing else to do with that.
Whoop.
Suck my cock.
Listen, buddy, I'm
Spoiler alert, I don't even have one, but it's bigger than his.
And for YouTube purposes, this is what I said. You shut up and do your job. Anything else? It's just acting.
So just a heads up for you two on panel. When I kick them, I'm playing a sound clip after it, so nobody can hear what you're saying.
That's probably a good thing.
All right, we'll do one more. Let's bring up this next guest. I think I've talked with them before, but bring them up.
Hello, Daily Jesus. Have you been on the panel before?
Yes, a few days ago, I think it was.
Right. Okay. And real quick, chat, this will be the last debate here. If you could, something that I would greatly appreciate for this last debate is if we could go jump on YouTube and hop onto my YouTube channel. Link is in my link tree. If we could just jump onto YouTube, and if y'all could go give that a subscribe, it'd mean a lot to me, and that definitely helps with my watch hours.
Also, you guys, if you don't want to find it through the link, or you find the link hard to work, you can just simply search Cyber Deconstruction on YouTube, and he will pop up.
So, anyways, go ahead, Daily Jesus.
Absolutely. Before I even get started, W Hanji, no, that is not okay.
Thank you, Daily.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good take, Daily. Cyber, reset your
Yeah,
light
that's
bulb.
what I'm doing.
And then also, I was just doing a little research on the verse that was mentioned previously. If I'm not mistaken, it was Deuteronomy. It was chapter 22, right?
Yes.
25 20 and 27. Is that what we were reading?
Yeah. What about it?
Okay, so doing a little of my own research while we were talking about it, in the NLT version of the Bible, they do change the word. What can I say on live? The R
Great,
word.
darling. Great.
Okay.
Great.
Appreciate you. I'm just gonna say the R word just to make it a little.
Sure.
Okay.
But they replaced that with the word intercourse, and then I did a little research on that just because us Christians love to change things for our own personal gain and motive. There is a
Holy
lot.
shit, you are a real one. I'm sorry, continue.
I just know what's up. I just am trying to decipher everything for myself here. So with it changing that word, there are a lot of scholars that agree. Just simply due to the fact that there's previous verses in Deuteronomy talking like after a man does that, they get stoned, or if that woman was already married, getting killed. So there are things previous to that verse saying that
well, so real quick. So the things with those verses is, and I think it's important. So the Hebrew word that we're looking for is tophesh, right? So topish, tophesh is different. But what we're looking, we'll bring this up here. So whenever we see this word pop up, and we'll bring it here. So as you can see here, these are the translations for it. When we're looking in Deuteronomy 22, it mentions like and seas and stuff. But the thing is, every time we see this word being used in the Bible, so these are different breakdowns of that same word. So this is in Deuteronomy 9:17, I took hold of. In Kings, it's talking about the word is being used in the form of capturing. We have it here being used as seized. In 2 Kings, here we'll have it being used as captured. They captured the king. They took the king. These are in all the various different translations where this is being used in like Jeremiah 26, Jeremiah 26:8. They seized him. They seized the priests and the prophets. They captured the king. So whenever we look at this and we see how it's being used throughout and this is why when we use like Bible Hub, if you use this thing, you can look at all the different conjugations of these words, and it'll show you every instance that it's used within the text, within the Bible. Correct. And you will see that every instance that it is used in a way of like the person is being captured and taken against their will, right? So there's no use of the word found anywhere within the text in which it's like consensual.
Right. So and I actually have a argument for that too. So in Hebrew, in the Hebrew Bible, the word that is used is shazak in this not in this verse, in a previous verse that is used for the R word. The R word in Hebrew is shazak, which is spelled CHAZAQ. And that word is used
real quick.
CHAZAQ, which, according to what I'm reading, is translated to the R word. So there is a difference between seizes,
so hold on. When it's being used, so whenever shazak is used, you need to go look at its word. I just looked at the Hebrew. So what it means is like it's a physical thing. So it means like to be strong, to strengthen, to prevail, to harden, or to take hold of. But it's like a feat of physical strength. So whenever you see shazak being used, it's talking about like I'm gonna take hold of this and hold it strong, like tug of war and stuff. That's what that means. It's not in reference to grape.
Okay. 1 second here. I've got a lot of notes. I'm trying to. So we were at 22. I'm just trying to see previous verses if any use Shazak in that same instance.
Yeah, so like you're gonna see it in like 1 Kings 20:23, 2 Samuel 10:12, or Genesis 41:56. But it's like talking about like famines, like a strong famine, stuff like that.
Right.
Genesis 41.
What is Genesis? If you have quicker access to the Bible than I do, what does Genesis 19:4-9 have? Because I have that written down. I don't have the specific verse.
Genesis 19. What
4-9.
4
Genesis
9.
9. Yep. And that's talking about one of David's sons graping his sister. I'm just curious what word is used there.
So that's verse 8.
Okay.
Let's go see what that is.
Also, thank you for being patient with host, because there is a lag by like a couple of seconds.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, my there's a storm going on at my house right now. That's probably the issue.
Oh, no worries. I just appreciate you not, like having a yelling battle and stuff. I can actually read my book with you on the panel. Can we keep him up here? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no use of yelling. That's not productive for either of us.
I concur.
The word. Sorry, my note should have been a little.
No, you're good. I would just need to know, because there's nothing like to say like to seize or any. So so in this case, it's so the difference with this would be, unfortunately, like so the reason why this doesn't fall, because there's none of those words, it's granting that it's like it's consensual, but it's not. But the reason why it's not considered grape is because it is the fact that it is the family that is giving the child.
That does make sense. That's kind of what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Just from like it seems obviously there are contradictions in the Bible and translation, so it just seems kind of contradictory to me. Where previously in I want to say it's Deuteronomy, just a few like 13 or something like that says that it's punished with stoning and murder. It just seems kind of contradictory that they'd go back on that and be like, oh, hey, no, it's okay if...
And real quick, hold that thought real quick, because I do want to put this into context for chat. So essentially what is happening here is the angels are going into Sodom and Gomorrah, and the men of the town are wanting to get at them. And they're trying to essentially grape them. And it says, but before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people to the last man, surrounded the house, because the angels were invited into a house. And they called to Lot, "Where are the men who came with you tonight? Bring them out so that we may know them." Lot went out of the door, and the men shut the door after him and said, "I beg you, brothers, do not act so wickedly. Look, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Let me bring them out to you, and do to them as you please. Only do nothing to these men, for they have come under attack, or they have come under the shelter of my roof." And they replied, "Stand back." And they said, "This fellow came here as an alien, and he played the judge. Now we'll deal worse with you than with them." So essentially Lot, and again, that's another reason why it wouldn't be found in there, is because these are cases where this is Lot's daughters. And so, yeah, instead of accepting a bride price, he's like, just take them.
Right. And that's awesome. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's absolutely disgusting that Lot would be willing to trade his young virgin daughters for these men, and it's disgusting that these men are acting this way to begin with. Like, the whole thing is just turtles all the way down. It's all just utterly disgusting. Anyways, continue.
Yeah, so that's also part of the reason I feel like they use the word seizes over previous, just because basically in this time, basically the everything was arranged for women, which is kind of difficult to think about. But basically, your father is in control of everything you do. If you are a female gender, according to the Bible. So I feel like that's why seizes is. With the different translations, it's troubling for me to get my head around or see if that's the actual translation saying if they do get R worded, it's okay as long as they get married. I think it's more saying that, like, due to Lot giving his daughters, if they proceed to do anything, they must stay with, rather than actually taking advantage of the woman. If that makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm saying
it does. And again, it's something that I think is just absolutely disgusting. And it's one of those things that like I'm Jewish, and I look at things, I go, yeah, what my ancestors did was fucked up. I look at things, I go, yeah, what my ancestors did. Kazak, we got an echo. Okay, I didn't know if they meant to come up. You know what, Lip? I'll look into that from God's hands. I'll look into that. But yeah, that's really the big issue with it, and the fact that I don't see why Christians can't just look at it and be like, yeah, God's a sick fuck. I just don't understand it. It's wild to me.
Yeah, me personally, so I agree with you in specifically the Old Testament. Like, some of that stuff is really messed up and is just blatantly wrong, especially from our perspectives today, and actually seeing that we are all equal. But I would like to mention, just like in the New Testament, we kind of do reevaluate some of that stuff that has to do with women, and kind of reevaluate and change some of our not necessarily rules in this instance, but more of how we. By we, I'm talking like the Bible, not me personally.
I disagree. I disagree because the Bible, and I'll go find the scripture if I need to, but essentially it states that, like, hey, if it's nighttime or whatever and you want some and your spouse is withdrawing from it, like, take her to the church and have her chastised. She's not allowed to do that. So I don't see that. And what I think we do see is because we do have editing of the text, like we have known editing of the text from the church fathers. Like a good example is, are you, and you might be aware, I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but it's just amazing at how many Christians are not aware that John 8 was added to the text. It's not original. It pops up after 400 CE. Any of the manuscripts we have before 400 don't have the adulterous woman.
Are we talking? I'm actually not aware of that. I want to go ahead. Is it the chapter of John, or
it's
is
John?
it?
Yeah. So it's the last verse, just the last verse of chapter 7, just the last verse, and then it's John 8, 1 through 11. It's not found in Papyrus 66. It's not found in Papyrus 75, Codex Sinaiticus, and Codex Vaticanus. It's not in those, and it's not like like the manuscript is like missing or it's like smudged. It just moves on from chapter 7. right into what would be verse 12, because as you know, those early manuscripts, things were not broken into verses like they are now. That's just for us. But
Which
yeah, and
I was
those.
not aware of. I will do a little research on that.
Yeah, so where we actually get, and we know where it comes from. It comes from a 3rd century book that was written by a priest or a bishop in Syriac, and the bishop tells a story where there's a priest who is essentially receiving like an early form of confession from a woman who did commit adultery. And she tells him, though, like, he's like, oh, okay, well, I mean, you've confessed it, you're repenting, you're on your way. And she's afraid to go outside because there's a mob out there waiting for her. And she's like, that mob is gonna continue to throw accusations at me. And so the priest goes outside and he essentially says, hey, all of you standing out here, each and every one of you have talked to me about your sins. And so let he who has never been in here to talk to me, let him continue to accuse her. And then they dispersed. And this book is called Didascalia Apostolorum. It's a 3rd century, again, book written by a bishop. The bishop's name's not known. It's like anonymous. We just know he was a bishop.
Right.
And
Which would clearly be after this time.
Yeah. And it was in Syriac, Didascalia Apostolorum. We know, and this is where the story, like, came from. It's the closest writing we have anywhere to this. And if you look at Mark as well, Mark has, like, do you have your Bible with you right now?
Yeah, I've got it. Actually,
go
before we move on to Mark, just because I'm trying to keep another verse. So in Matthew, in where is it? Matthew 5:32. It does mention similar things to John. Definitely not the exact same story, clearly, because that didn't exist. But just the justifiable grounds of adulterous women and men, and basically just divorce and allowing divorce, which bring in the adulterous woman part that you had mentioned. 5:32 is the specific.
But I say to you that anyone who divorces his wife except on the grounds of sexual immorality causes her to commit adultery, and whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery.
Yes. Which it's not obviously it's not the exact same of the story in John, but it's just in the most basic form is like the same ruling. Well, actually, let me refrain from saying that real quick. Begin this. Teacher, this woman now has commanded us to stone. Yeah, so I was incorrect. It's actually saying the opposite. So basically, anyone who is adulterous, basically they can't get remarried. And then in John, it's saying the complete opposite of that, where it's okay. That's my misunderstanding. I should have read a little closer.
But hey, I think we're going to agree on a bit, and I think I have somebody who wants to have a hard debate. But hey, give me a follow. Come back up tomorrow.
Wait, actually, there was a hard debate. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Also, Daily Jesus, follow Cyber on YouTube. That way, when TikTok gets shut down, you can still have these discussions.
For sure. I'm actually pretty sure I'm already following on YouTube. And Mezzo actually brought me over to your live over here. I wasn't sure if you had TikTok.
When Mezzo?
So yeah, when he was like Mezzo Raid, I ran over here. No, but my hard debate is more of how we reevaluate how we see women in the New Testament. Like in the Old Testament, we're basically, I say we as what's in the Bible. Before I say any of this, I personally don't think anything that's done in the Old Testament that has to do with women is necessarily right in any way, shape, or form. But in the New Testament, we start to kind of reevaluate that. Like, just for instance, in like Revelations and Acts, when the three women they testify for Jesus's resurrection, and how we actually take that as an account, because the majority of the time, if a woman were to say something, we didn't really hold truth in that. But here in the New Testament, we're now holding it like, oh yeah, this has to mean something. Like, this is true, and these women did say that. If that makes sense.
Well, but the issue that I think you're going to run into is that, like, in the New Testament, women are told to not talk in church, that they're to be quiet, that if they do have any questions, they need to go to their husbands. I'm looking for the verse right now. There's another verse that states that women should love their husbands, but it doesn't give the same statement for husbands to their wives.
Okay. So to be completely honest, so in First Corinthians,
there we go. Ephesians. Hold on, let me finish this real quick. So we're going to go to Ephesians, just because I just found it. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. That was wild, not being able to remember that. So
I
where
think
we're
the
going to
fire is making you lag, Cyber, like just a little bit. Is there any way you can
Also, the fire makes it hard to see, like, chat.
Oh, does it make it hard to... Gosh, dang it.
Yeah.
Well, fine. We'll...
I have to put out those embers, darling.
Yay, I'm not in the fire anymore.
So what we're going to read here, though, is going to be Ephesians 5, and we'll go up, this is 22. Want to make sure we're getting this in context. So it's instructions for households. Submit to one another out of reverence for Christ, and then, it says, wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do the Lord, for the husband is the head of the wife, as the Christ is the head of the church, his body of which is Savior. Now, as the church submits to Christ, so also the wives should submit to their husbands. So let me rephrase that. So let me rephrase this. Wives don't have to love their husbands. That's the difference. The wives are just submitting. Wives submit to their husbands. There's nothing in here about love. Right? And I think that's problematic, because when we go to husbands, love your wives, just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her to make her holy, cleansing her by the washing with water through the word, and to present her to himself with radiant church without stain, wrinkle, yada yada yada. In the same way, husbands ought to love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. After all, no one hates his own body, but they feed to care. Right? So this is like, a profane difference, because again, arranged marriages were still being performed here. Women were not allowed to choose. Women were just made to submit. Women, they just submitted. They didn't necessarily love their husbands. They still didn't have a say in who they married. They're being told to, shut up. Are you Catholic or Orthodox?
So the technicality is I'm Pentecostal Apostolic. It's very similar to Orthodox. We just don't do like the chants and different things. But you could consider it Orthodox.
Yeah, that's fine. So, like, in the Catholic Church, women cover their face. Like, it's this whole weird thing where, like, women are, like, subservient, and love is not reciprocal. It is, men can love because men essentially choose their wives, but the wives have no say.
Yes, I'm reading. That was chapter 5. Okay. We can just to reiterate, like the teachings on marriage specifically, and how I feel like women are still not necessarily that it's how we are now, how we're all equal, and women should have the same rights as men. Just that in the Bible, they're given a little more, if you will, leeway.
I don't think I don't think so. I think the only difference is in the New Testament, right? I can go through and be like, hey, who were like Noah? What was the Noah's wife's name, right? Like these names are not important. Women's names in the Old Testament, they're not important. Women are not important. The only time you hear about a woman and she has a name is generally if she did something, right?
Like
So like Bathsheba, the only relevance that Bathsheba has in the story, the only reason why we know about her is because of the adultery, right? Women in the Old Testament, the only time we hear about them, generally, for the most part, is when they have done something immoral. Other than that, women in the Old Testament are nameless. They're not mentioned. Men are mentioned. It's men. In the New Testament, they do mention women, but whenever the women are mentioned, it is always, like I said, as we pointed out, it's always in the case of they can't talk. They need to be subservient to their husbands. They need to serve their husbands. And it's always in kind of like this demeaning, derogatory way.
So I do have a couple contradictions there. So we have an entire book in the Old Testament, the book of Ruth, that is talking about her entire life and how great she was and everything that led up to her. That's
why I said generally. Ruth is like the only person, the only woman that we have like anything truly positive about.
Wasn't Ruth still a child though, because she had like a milkmaid, or what did they call the like a maiden, like someone to care after her because she wasn't old enough to venture on her own? What do they call that?
So the reason she had that was so there's two things. When you're young, you have one, but also once your husband passes,
Wet nurse.
The majority of the time after your husband passes, you are given another one, because it's basically like you're in a stage of distraught, and you might not necessarily be able to take care of yourself. So that's partially the reason she has that, if I'm not mistaken. And I'll try and find.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned generally, because Ruth is like the only one. Like even with Sarah, right? Like the matron of the Israelites, right? Is like, hey, I'm barren. I can't do this for you. Go sleep with my concubine, right? Like even her story isn't a good story.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's a lot by any means. I'm just saying that I feel like there are still some instances, and I guess I missed when you said generally. But if we go, I wanted to read or have you read this as well. In 1 Corinthians 7, that's the whole teaching on marriage, and basically saying, so it starts out saying that in verse 2, each man is to have his own wife, and each woman is to have her own husband. And then verse 3 goes, the husband must fulfill his duty to his wife, and likewise also the wife to her husband. Basically saying they're equals here. And then the wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does. And then vice versa. And likewise also the husband does not have authority over his own body, but the wife does. So I feel like
this is the grapey verse I was talking about, though. This is the grapey verse. Like what huh? Yeah.
Just real quick, what is your live schedule?
So my live schedule is generally Sunday through Thursday. as close to 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time as possible. And then on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, I try to end around midnight. On Wednesday and Thursday, I will generally go as long as I have people coming up in for debates.
Thank you.
So let me finish this off before.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in verse 5, it kind of takes away that grapey part of it by saying, "Stop depriving one another, except by agreement for a time, so that you may devote yourself to prayer and to come together again, so that Satan will not tempt you because of your lack of self-control." So basically saying you can still deprive one another, saying, "Hey, let's not have intercourse because I don't want this. We should pray about it," and then come together again so that we don't get tempted to do that.
But what's the qualifier, though, right? It has a qualifier there.
So that you may devote yourself.
Do not deprave one another, except perhaps by agreement for a set time to devote yourselves to prayer. And there are some other manuscripts. This is kind of a differing in the manuscripts. There are some other manuscripts that add fasting and prayer. So you can separate yourselves for religious duties. So meaning like if I'm married to somebody and she wants to get frisky, but I'm in the middle of prayer, I can say, no, I'm in the middle of prayer. But as soon as the prayer and fasting is done, I'm now obligated to go do that. Likewise, if I'm feeling frisky, but she's not, she cannot say no unless we're taking time for prayer and fasting and essentially religious duties. And it insinuates that if the person says no, then it's like, well, you better say yes, because if you say no, he's going to go cheat on you, or she's going to go cheat on you. She's going to go find somebody else. She's going to go be tempted, right? So it's, and this is a running thing with Paul. Paul also,
now that you mentioned that, Cyber, I literally came across a Deconstruction live, and I was listening in, and something that it was G-Spot, and it was something that she said that women in the religion, I never, just so you know, Daily, I've never been Orthodox or raised in the Christian belief, so all of this shit is new to me. But she was basically saying how women in the congregation were taught at a young age from their mothers and their grandmothers that if they don't do something to please their husband, another woman would. And I found that so disgusting. Like, why would you train your daughters to think and feel that way? That is so...
Well, yeah,
Why?
and that's the thing is, and again, with Daily Jesus, these are things that, like, when you, because I get it, I grew up practicing Judaism. I get it. You're raised and you're taught things, and things don't quite hit until you come to realize that your frontal lobe is developing, and you realize that slavery is not okay, and you have it, and then you do a deep dive, right? Like, for example, the verse that we're just reading is going to be in Corinthians, 1 Corinthians chapter 7. In this verse, and we have there's evidence that Paul probably thought he was going to see Jesus come back, because he kind of makes a claim and stuff. But here he makes a claim in verse 8. And so we'll bring this up as well, because Paul is I think Paul was intentionally celibate. He had a thing with celibacy. Paul wanted to end the human race by saying no more procreating. That's my own interpretation. The Bible doesn't actually say that. But here we have, concerning the matters of which you wrote is good for, and he says, it is good for a man to not touch a woman, but because of cases of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife, and each woman her own husband. So Paul does make it clear. He does make it clear that this is not a command. Paul makes it clear this is his own personal views.
Right,
Paul's
it's a
personal
suggestion.
views. Yeah. So it's important to bring this up because a lot of atheists will try to portray this as, oh, but Paul makes it clear in this chapter that this is his personal view. But in his own view, he believes that any sex is immoral, right? But if you're going to do it, it's better that you be married. And this is where you're reading, the deprived, we're just reading this. And then he says, the unmarried and the widows, I say it is good for them to remain unmarried as I am. But if they are not practicing self-control, they should marry, for it is better to marry than to be aflame with passion. So if you're going to be going out and just sleeping around, it's better to be married so you're not being immoral. To the married I give this command, not I but the Lord, but the wife should not separate from her husband, but if she does separate, let her remain unmarried or else be reconciled to her husband, and that her husband should not divorce his wife. So this part was a command from the Lord. So this part, verse 10, is from the Lord. But then he says in verse 12, to the rest I say, and I, and not the Lord. So he puts in a qualifier here. I'm saying this, God's not saying this, that if any brother has a wife who's an unbeliever and she consents to live with him, he should not divorce her, so on and so forth. So yeah, Paul just has this weird thing with sex.
Yeah. So this is also like how you said that you think he doesn't want the human race to continue. I know that was more of a joke, but
it was kind of,
right, but kind of, right? I also feel like if I'm not mistaken, he had struggles with that himself and basically being tempted to basically R-word or not be holy, if you will. So I feel like he's saying this because he struggled with this personally and was like, I think it's just more intelligent because this is what it works for me. And I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's probably why he says that in the first place, because he himself had struggles with that and was just like, you shouldn't do it anyway, but I feel like this makes it easier for us if we do it this way. Just because he struggled with that.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, he just has like this weird thing with it, but he still doesn't make it like, and that's where his words get weird. His words get weird because, here he's like saying like, sex is icky. Sex is icky. Don't do it. But then in other parts he's saying, hey, but by the way, anytime you or your spouse want it, I don't care if you want it, but if your spouse wants it, give it to her, because if you don't, she's going to go find it somewhere else, unless you're praying. If it's church related, then you can say no.
Which I feel biblically, marriage was supposed to be a covenant just to do those things anyway. A covenant is just the biblical word as a conjoinment, but like just to have a husband or wife is like their main goal is to have children, at least biblically. So I feel like sex is just a thing for that, and Paul is kind of agreeing there, saying that that's all marriage should be for, and also basically like it's a holy covenant to reproduce, and that's the only reason why sex should be involved with anybody.
I think people should just be able to do what they want as long as it's consensual and they're being, yeah, as long as it's consensual, informed consent, I've got no issues with it.
Right, which I can definitely say that I haven't followed along with this, but I do just feel like that's why he's even mentioning this in the first place, just because biblically that's what marriage is supposed to be. It's not like how we have it now, where it's like a conjoinment of finances, because, well, there's only one person in marriage at that time who had any finances anyway.
Yeah, and Tiny Blonde in chat does bring up a point, like, you know, the idea of, like, if it was just for childbearing, right? Like, if that was what the sole purpose of it was, um, it would be a case of, like, animals. Animals, very few. There are some, like dolphins and a few others, but very few animals, like, actually have sex for, like, pleasure. Usually it's for breeding. And there's a heat season. The females of the species go into heat. They seek each other out. Stuff like that. But for humans, that's not the case, right? We find each other attractive.
Right.
And right. So I would just disagree that, like, because keep in mind, you look at things from a theistic worldview. I look at things from an atheist worldview. I just don't think that it is a thing behind it to, like, for that. That's just me.
Right. So, what would you, at least looking at the Bible, what would you say that people got married for?
What I would say that marriage was for is we as people are jealous. Men mainly, right? Well, not saying women aren't jealous. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I think it is that we lived in a world where, especially in the Middle East, where it was a patriarchy, and men could have in the Old Testament and in many other cultures, men could have multiple wives. It wasn't just a man and a woman. They were allowed to have multiple wives, and the Bible, the Torah, provides for that, allows for that. But for men only. And I think it's the case that men wanted to pass their seed. The best way to pass your seed is to have as many wives as possible, and you can spread your seed and just have a lot of children. So on and so forth.
Calling it seed just sounds gross.
So yeah, I think
and control.
Yeah,
Can you
property
just say,
control.
like,
and
impregnate?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that still kind of ties in though to like reproduction and kind of what I was saying, where it was more created just to for repopulation, and like having multiple wives in the Old Testament is similar to that, unless I'm just not understanding exactly.
Well, I wouldn't say it was just for population. I think, again, living in a patriarchy where and the scriptures kind of tell about it, where men are because a man could literally do, like, whatever he wanted, right? There's really no punishment, right? Unless it infringed on another man's property, right? So, like, a woman was viewed as her father's property, right? It wasn't her parents' property, it was just her father. And so there was the virgin price, and then you had, like, the non-virgin price, and then there was, like, a widow price. Like, there was a pricing system for your brides. And so if you are a father and you have a daughter and she is considered damaged because she's not a virgin anymore, of course, I as a father, I as the person who owns the property, is going to be upset about that. And so that's why, you know, when they graped, they had to pay a bride price. It wasn't because they were taking the woman into consideration. None of that. It was because the father had damaged goods and he needed to get his worth out of it. But the man wasn't like, no, I'm not going to pay for that unless she's mine. And so it's just like this. So I don't think there's any, like, especially with the Old Testament, I don't think there's any divinity behind it. I think it's just men being gross.
Right. So basically, you're saying marriage was mostly transactional.
Yes, marriage was
1,000%.
Yeah, marriage was initially instituted so that a man can say, that's my property. When we get ring, because initially men didn't wear rings, women wear rings, so they're a way to identify that she belonged to somebody. It was like a slave. Slave is a strong word, but it's a tag that says she belonged to somebody.
Right.
Stuff like that. And then I think later on, as people began to become religious, because I think religion is just a byproduct of social communities. I think as people began to become religious, they needed a, and when you become religious, everything in your daily life becomes a part of the culture, right? And that's something that we see with like Judaism. Judaism and me being Jewish and Judaism go like this. Even though I am atheist, Judaism is still very much an everyday part of my life. I don't read Torah as much anymore. I don't do any of that, but it's every holiday we have, Judaism.
Right.
Anytime Judaism, right? Because it was one time when religion and life were intertwined. And then I think that as we became more and more technologically advanced, gained technology, we began to untwine the religion from the society,
order.
if that makes sense. But and so they kept things that they liked, things that they didn't like, and as society grew, as we're continuing to grow to hopefully end a patriarchy, marriages hopefully can become more healthy, better as a result.
Right. So would you so do you think like the like what marriage was back then, do you think that was due to religion, or do you think that's just because of how basically how men are, and we kind of did we like, for instance, was the Bible written from the perspective of those guys and are trying to make it seem like polyamory?
So what I think it was is I think we as humans are just nasty to each other. I think it is in our nature to be nasty to each other. And the ways we can see this in our everyday life is every day, me as an atheist and those of us in here who are part of the deconstruction community, we hear Christians come up and we'll tell about these horrific stories. We'll talk about David's wives being raped. We'll talk about Jephthah's daughter being offered. And the response that we get is, oh, well, that's the Old Testament. But it's like you forget that there is potential that these are real people that this happened to, right? In your worldview, these are real people that this happened to. But it's so easy to just dismiss it because it fulfills a religious need, right? And so I think that we as humans are horrible to each other. It's our nature to be disgusting to each other. And as we get into cases where we form communities and societies and we need to then legitimize why we're doing the things we do, then we insert God into it. I don't think these actions are inherently God. I think they're inherently human, and then we put God on top of it to justify the actions.
So my
Cider, are you ready for a real debate?
For a what?
Oh,
A real
please,
debate.
no. Keep him. I don't know. I don't want a headache. I don't want a headache.
Wait, who is it?
Another debate. Are you ready for a new guest?
Yeah, we could do that. Who is it?
I don't know. There's two in the box.
Are there? My box didn't light up. Who's in the box? Hold on, let me take
We
a
have
look.
Benjamin and we have Tiny.
Well, Benjamin is he's a friendly. Tiny is the one that kind of agrees with what Cyber's saying for the most
Well,
part.
then we should bring Tiny up with Daly and let them both talk.
Well, I'm about to like I'm trying to not pass out right now. I am so tired. All right, so I'll tell you where I was at.
I can hit you with a lightning bolt.
So
I heard what you said about Zeus earlier. I am going to whoop your ass.
I don't need that negativity in my life.
Oh dang.
bring Hanji back up. Bring Hanji. Yeah, you could bring Tiny back up.
My contradiction to that is if
you bitch.
if if this is just like basically humans being humans, I don't necessarily think that the Bible is saying that any of this was okay, and is more just saying, hey, this is what was going on during the time, and then puts laws and regulations around that. And
I disagree with that because God commands it, right? So like slavery, God commands slavery, right? It's not that he allows it, right? There's a verse where they allow war captives to become slaves. The law that God gives is slavery, or we're going to unalive all the men, and then slavery. Like that's the command that God gives. Whenever you see shall, it's not like giving you a choice. It's like, no, you must do this. You have to. There's no wiggle room here. And so and that's the issue that I have, right? And that's the issue that most of us as atheists that we have, is that God is the commander of these, right? I can fully accept if the book says, I, Moses, am doing this, and we look at the cultural context of it, and we say, yeah, that was the culture. It doesn't make it right, right? It's disgusting. It's always disgusting. It's always been disgusting. But I have a better understanding for imperfect human minds being disgusting to each other. I have a better understanding than that, than a God that holds a triomni God commanding these to happen, if that makes sense.
right. So when we're talking about
hold on,
like,
real quick. We did have Tiny wanted to say something real quick.
oh, for sure.
Hi, first of all,
Tiny, are you over the age of 18?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, are you over the age of 18?
I've never been on a live before, but I've really been enjoying this conversation. I wanted to break in Daily Jesus
Tiny,
really fast.
I just have one question for you. Are you over the age of 18?
Oh, yes, I'm 34.
Okay, please continue.
Well over. I don't even get carded sometimes. It's crazy. It's kind of awesome. But I can forget my license. But I wanted to say that I've really been enjoying that, and for Daily Jesus, I actually have deconstructed, and one of the first things for me was actually reading the Bible. When I was 12, I put myself to this challenge, and I wanted to read the entire Bible. And I literally, because I was a huge reader, I'd already read through the whole middle school library. Like I still read multiple books a week. But I literally wanted to make this challenge, and I was 12 years old, and I got to the part about Pharaoh and, let my people go and all of that. And I read this line in my little Bible that I'd gotten at my Methodist church confirmation. And it said, when Moses asked, it said that God hardened the Pharaoh's heart. It said God made the Pharaoh not let them go, which made the plagues happen, which killed those innocent children. And I was a child. And I remember thinking, I hope this isn't real, but I can't tell anybody that I feel that way because I grew up in church. And then I remember saying, if it is real, I promise I will not worship him when I become an adult because he's evil. And that was just what I felt strongly as a child. And then I hid it for years and years and years. And I finally, the last 4 years, have broken away from my ties to people who made me feel ashamed when I said, I just can't do it. And it's been an amazing process for me. And I've never been happier without the shame of feeling like I'm always a sinner and I'm always doing something wrong. And oh my God, if I don't do things perfectly, then I'm going to hell. And it just, oh my God, the weight that lifts off of you when you start to realize that you can trust yourself to make good decisions for yourself based on not doing harm to others and to yourself. And you can trust yourself to take care of your own life. It's a relief. And that's all I wanted to say. It came to me while I was watching, and I just took a 12-hour shift in a factory and I'm exhausted.
Proud of you.
Well, I appreciate you coming up.
What you do, you gained a follower today. I was just randomly on here after work, and I like to listen to interesting things, and the picture and the flames got to me, and I had to hear it. So
Yep. Let's give Tiny some massive W's. One for first time ever on a panel. If you can, Tiny, before you hop down, if you can, let's give Tiny some gifts if possible. Anyways,
I don't know what any of that does or gifts or anything. I'm not savvy. I just listen usually. So what does that mean?
Showing you love that you can in return exchange to show love to your favorite content creators.
Oh, I
And you
love
get
that.
about
Thank
one
you.
third of
Thank
the
you.
total
Thank you. Thank
coinage
you.
in actual cash.
That's such a cool thing to ask for. Thank you.
Also, that I would just like to say to Tiny, that's actually like the majority of the reason I come on here is because I'm feeling kind of the same way, and it's easier for me to not talk to Christian people because the majority of them are very biased and won't just be straight up with you. And I like to be a straight up person, and that's why I'm even on here talking to you guys anyway, because I know you guys. If you end up finding out something that you didn't realize, I have felt like you guys kind of own up to that.
Hey, Daily. Hey, Daily. One more thing I just realized. I actually find myself following just Jesus's sermons a lot better as an atheist. Like, be kind to people and don't judge them. Feed, the hungry. Like, I find my way going out of my way to donate cans to soup kitchens and stuff. Like, I feel like if Christians just followed what Christ did, they'd gain more followers because people want to be good to others. So I don't understand why there's all these debates about the cultural stuff when we're always evolving as a society and we are always, making strides and learning. And the more we learn, the more we can learn how to care better for one another. We can either learn how to kill each other better or we can learn how to take care of each other better. And I just feel like we shouldn't go by a culture from that time. We need to deal with what we know about harm in society and think accordingly and just take care of people like Jesus said. Jesus never said anything other than doing the right things for others. Like, that was his point. So I find myself a better follower of Jesus as an atheist.
And that's kind of how I feel similar too. But I always have troubles. It's almost like a fear thing, right? Like I was raised this way to fear that if there is a God, then
when you're back to him, you're gonna go to hell for forever. Like, I know.
Right.
Look,
Really,
I'm ready for that.
really, like
We're gonna
he
have a
said,
party.
He said, I mean, really, he said, though, I mean, all jokes aside, that's a terrifying thought for people raised in the church. But, he.
Hey, and
I realize there's something weird about not following just what Jesus said when it's all about Jesus Christ and why we're even looking at what all those other things in that book said instead of just looking at it as a history book about some people and stories.
Yep. And real quick, if you see Daniel in the chat, give Daniel a follow. I don't know if he's going to be going live a little later here in about a couple hours, but give Daniel a follow.
Cyber, over on YouTube, can you mod Sweet Pea?
Oh yeah. We can mod Sweet Pea. Add as
I'm
moderator.
over here in the Macedonian lion then. Because I'm not even atheist.
What is going on?
Yeah.
I was just saying I'm not atheist, but yet all my friends are Actually, I have friends in every walk of life.
But anyways, I am going to call it here though, because I am tired and I am going to go to bed. But let's take a look and see who
they do it weak in your state. Weak sauce. Go to bed all early and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Rolly, listen, if you end up doing that live, I'm passing the fuck out.
What time is it wherever y'all are?
It's 3:30 in the morning here.
Oh, I'm at 4:25 a.m. right now, so yeah, 4:30.
So
I was supposed to get off work at 12:45, and the new order kept me there till 3:50. So I'm out.
All right.
Bye.
So
Thank you.
Hypnosis calling my name.
Follower,
So-
I'll check back.
So I put El Oso Ray in chat. I put the name. We're gonna go raid El Oso Ray. When you get in there, say Cyber Raid. If you're here, just go in there, hit the little heart me next to his name. If you can, support him with a gift, leave a chat. The goal is to go in there, do a cyber raid, get everybody in there, boost the live. Hopefully that'll help boost him on the FYP. If you don't plan on staying there, that's okay. But go in there, do a cyber raid, and let's get that initial boost in there to begin with. I will see you all in there. You all have a fantastic evening. I thank each and every one of you for hanging out with me tonight, especially the gifters. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Even the opposition, I appreciate you for being here. You being here helps drive the live as well. Except you, P Mars. You go fuck yourself. P Mars isn't in here, but
any guest in the request, please come back tomorrow. Cyber will be live.
Yep, I will. I will.
I have
be
a
back.
date with Hypnos.
But I will be back tomorrow at tomorrow I might go live a bit earlier. I don't know yet. But if you're following me on YouTube, if you are following me on YouTube, as soon as I schedule that, you'll receive a notification, so you'll have an advance notice to know when I'm going live, because when you go live on YouTube, you actually have to schedule it. So you'll receive a notification that says, hey, Cyber has scheduled his live, and you'll be able to see. But anyways, let's go raid.
That's why I'm always the first to comment.
Yes. So let's go ahead and raid El Oso Rey. I'll see you all in there. Again, everybody, there's 95 of you in here. There's like 100 plus before I said that. Let's get in there. Let's
Cyber,
raid. Yeah.
Before you sign off, can you throw up Hanji's profile on the YouTube? That way people can see Hanji's profile.
What do you mean?
You only have mine up there right now.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize
Rude.
I put that back up. I thought it was back up there. All right, so I will see you all over there. And, well, real quick, before we end, I just remembered something before we do end. Oh, I gotta move. So before we end, I've got this joke for you all. Knock, knock.
Am I atheist? I'm talking to the comments. Oh. I'm asking you if you recognize that the reason why that didn't happen is because the man wasn't there. Are you aware of that? Yeah. Do you recognize that? I'm not sure. I got to study about that more. I'm not sure what was the reason. You know, I got to study about that more. Maybe because what do you need to study? Like why that man wasn't there? Maybe because he didn't want it to come. I don't know. Maybe the guy wasn't there because he didn't want to get stoned to death. Probably. Yeah, probably. Maybe he didn't want it to get stoned. Maybe he ran away. Yeah, but that would be them not following the law, correct?